If you have few or no friends, you probably have these 5 rare traits. Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you. This insight, often attributed to Carl Jung, sets the tone for today's reflection. If you've ever wondered why your circle is small, or why you feel deeply different from most people, this video may speak directly to your soul. On Spiritual Wisdom, we explore how having few or even no friends is not always a flaw, but often a sign of rare inner traits linked to depth, awareness, and individuation. As you listen, consider how these qualities show up in your own life and how you can apply them for personal growth and genuine happiness. Do you recognize yourself in these traits? Share your thoughts in the comments and let us know which one resonates with you the most. 1. You have zero tolerance for fake people. People who have few or no friends often share a defining inner trait that quietly shapes their social world: a very low tolerance for inauthenticity. They are deeply uncomfortable around fake personalities, habitual gossipers, subtle manipulators, and anyone who feels as though they are wearing a mask. This sensitivity is not random or antisocial. It develops alongside increasing self-awareness. As a person becomes more conscious of their own thoughts, emotions, and motivations, they also become far more attuned to the intentions and behaviors of others. What once seemed like harmless small talk or normal social behavior begins to feel forced, performative, or energetically draining. In the process of spirituality and spiritual awakening, the mind naturally starts rejecting what feels false, not out of superiority, but out of an instinctive need for inner alignment. With greater self-awareness comes a sharp decline in tolerance for shallow interaction. These individuals are not uninterested in people. Rather, they are uninterested in conversations that lack sincerity, depth, or emotional honesty. Performative dialogue, social posturing, and conversations driven by status or validation feel empty to them, as though words are being exchanged without real presence behind them. Carl Jung spoke extensively about the persona, the social mask people wear to fit into the collective. And while this mask is often necessary, those who are highly self-aware can sense when it dominates a person's identity. When interactions feel more like a performance than a genuine exchange, discomfort arises, not because connection is unwanted, but because authenticity is missing. This is why solitude often becomes preferable to constant social engagement. Being alone offers relief from the subtle tension of navigating hidden motives, unspoken competition, or emotional games. Solitude is not experienced as isolation, but as a space of clarity where the mind can rest and the inner world can breathe. In quiet moments, these individuals feel more connected to themselves than they ever could in noisy social environments, and this connection becomes deeply valuable. During spiritual awakening, inner peace starts to matter more than social approval, and the cost of maintaining superficial relationships begins to feel too high. Another rare trait commonly found in people with very small social circles is a heightened sensitivity to manipulation, dishonesty, and underlying intentions. Their minds are finely tuned to inconsistencies in words, tone, and behavior. They notice when kindness feels strategic, when humor carries an edge, or when friendliness hides self-interest. This awareness does not always come from logic alone. It often arises as an intuitive response, a quiet internal signal that something is misaligned. Over time, repeated exposure to such dynamics creates emotional fatigue, leading these individuals to consciously or unconsciously reduce their social exposure as a form of self-protection. Rather than confronting or correcting others, they tend to withdraw. This withdrawal is not avoidance, but discernment. They understand that not every truth needs to be spoken, and not every behavior needs to be challenged. Preserving inner peace becomes a priority, and maintaining a small, trusted circle feels safer than constantly evaluating the intentions of many. Trust, for them, is not given easily because it is deeply valued. When they do allow someone close, it is because that person has demonstrated consistency, honesty, and emotional transparency over time. As self-awareness deepens, relationships are no longer chosen based on familiarity, obligation, or convenience, but on resonance. People who thrive on gossip, drama, or emotional dependency naturally fall away, not through conflict, but through misalignment. This process can feel lonely at times, especially in a world that equates popularity with worth. Yet it is also deeply stabilizing. Fewer connections mean fewer emotional entanglements, fewer expectations, and fewer disruptions to inner balance. In the broader context of spirituality, having few friends often reflects an internal recalibration. The soul begins selecting environments and relationships that support clarity rather than confusion. Spiritual awakening does not necessarily make a person more social. It often makes them more selective. Silence becomes meaningful, depth becomes essential, and authenticity becomes non-negotiable. A small social circle, then, is not a sign of emotional deficiency, but evidence of an inner system that values truth, psychological safety, and emotional integrity over social noise. If this message resonated with you, comment below, "I honor my truth," if you're ready to release fake connections and stand firmly in your authenticity. 2. You value depth over quantity in relationships. People with few or no friends are often misunderstood, yet their situation is rarely about avoiding human connection itself. Instead, it reflects a clear refusal to engage in surface-level or superficial relationships that feel empty and misaligned. You are not withdrawing from others out of fear or social awkwardness, but because shallow interactions drain you rather than enrich you, and your inner nature quietly demands something more honest and meaningful. Research consistently shows that individuals with deeper thinking patterns naturally prioritize quality over quantity in friendships, and this tendency shapes your social world in a very specific way. Rather than collecting many acquaintances, you instinctively seek relationships that carry emotional substance, intellectual depth, and genuine presence, even if that means having only a small circle or none at all for long periods of time. Small talk, polite chatter, or repetitive conversations about appearances, gossip, or status often feel unsatisfying to you. Not because you dislike people, but because such exchanges fail to touch what you value most. You are drawn instead to discussions about ideas, psychology, human motivation, inner struggles, purpose, and the deeper currents of life, because these topics resonate with your inner world. This preference is not accidental. It reflects a mind that is inwardly active and a soul that is oriented toward understanding rather than distraction. Carl Jung once observed that loneliness does not come from having no people around, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to oneself. And this insight explains why being surrounded by people can feel more isolating than being alone when true connection is absent. As a result, you often choose solitude over forced or artificial bonding, because pretending to be someone else, laughing at what feels hollow, or maintaining relationships that lack sincerity quietly erodes your sense of self. You would rather be alone than participate in connections that feel fake, transactional, or emotionally shallow. And this choice is an act of self-respect rather than rejection. Solitude becomes a space where you can reflect, integrate experiences, and reconnect with your inner values, especially when your environment does not support meaningful exchange. In Jungian terms, this pattern aligns with individuation, the lifelong process of becoming who you truly are rather than who you are expected to be. A journey that often requires periods of withdrawal and discernment. Your limited social circle also reflects a heightened sensitivity to emotional and psychological dynamics, as you are keenly aware of how interactions affect your energy and inner balance. You notice quickly when conversations lack authenticity, or when relationships revolve around masks rather than truth. And this awareness makes you cautious about where you invest yourself. In a culture that equates popularity with success and constant socializing with happiness, your way of being can feel out of place. Yet spiritually, it often signals alignment with depth, integrity, and inner coherence. Your inclination toward fewer relationships is closely tied to spirituality and spiritual development, because growth on this level requires honesty, introspection, and the courage to stand apart when necessary. This way of relating to the world does not mean you are disconnected or incapable of intimacy. It means you are waiting for connections that meet you at your level of sincerity and depth. When genuine relationships do appear, they tend to be profoundly meaningful, marked by mutual understanding, trust, and the freedom to speak about what truly matters. Until then, solitude serves as a teacher rather than a punishment, helping you refine your values, strengthen your inner voice, and remain anchored in what feels true to you. The core message embedded in this pattern is clear. Honor your preference for depth over numbers. Recognize that avoiding superficiality is a form of wisdom rather than deficiency. Allow solitude to support your inner growth, and trust that authentic connection emerges naturally when you no longer compromise your inner truth for the sake of belonging. 3. Social interaction drains your energy more than average. Some people carry an unusually high level of social sensitivity, which means that social situations naturally demand more from them on an emotional and mental level, not because they are distant or unfriendly, but because their inner world is constantly active. When you interact with others, your mind does not simply register words and gestures on the surface. Instead, it processes layers of emotional cues, shifts in tone, unspoken intentions, and subtle changes in energy, all at the same time. Carl Jung understood this deeply and reflected it in his insight that the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. And for highly sensitive individuals, that transformation happens intensely and repeatedly in every interaction, leaving a profound imprint on the psyche. Unlike extroverted personalities who gain strength from conversation and social stimulation, you expend energy during social contact because your brain is working overtime. analyzing and interpreting far more information than others may even notice. This heightened processing explains why, after spending time with people, you often feel the need for solitude, not as an escape, but as a necessary period of recovery and balance. Solitude becomes the space where your nervous system can settle, your thoughts can realign, and your emotional energy can be restored. Which is why Jung himself admitted, "Solitude is for me a fount of healing which makes my life worth living." This need for withdrawal does not reflect a lack of love for people or an inability to connect, but rather a limited and precious social energy reserve that must be managed with care. Spiritual wisdom teaches that energy, once depleted, cannot be sustained without conscious restoration, and for socially sensitive individuals, constant interaction without pause can feel overwhelming rather than fulfilling. You may notice that superficial conversations drain you quickly, while environments filled with noise, emotional tension, or unspoken conflict linger in your body long after the moment has passed. Yet these same traits also grant you remarkable depth, empathy, and intuition, allowing you to sense what others feel, even when nothing is said. Carl Jung believed that such sensitivity was not a weakness, but a doorway to deeper self-awareness and individuation, as those who perceive more are often called to understand themselves more fully. Your preference for fewer, more meaningful connections reflects an inner orientation toward depth rather than quantity, where genuine understanding matters more than social approval. In this way, having few or no friends is not a sign of isolation, but an expression of discernment, an instinct to protect your inner equilibrium and engage only where true resonance exists. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that stillness is not emptiness, but nourishment. And when you honor your need for space, you allow your mind and spirit to recover their clarity, ensuring that when you do connect, it is with presence, authenticity, and a depth that transforms both you and those you meet. Exactly as Carl Jung envisioned when he spoke of the profound impact of human encounters on the soul. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on understanding your energy, honoring your boundaries, and embracing the depth of who you truly are. 4. You are deeply independent and don't need validation. People who have few friends often share a rare quality that is frequently misunderstood: low social dependency. They do not rely on others for validation, entertainment, or motivation, because their sense of worth and direction comes from within. Instead of constantly seeking reassurance from external sources, they are emotionally grounded enough to stand on their own. This inner stability allows them to move through life without the constant need for social noise, approval, or distraction, which is why their solitude is not a sign of lack, but a reflection of psychological strength and emotional maturity. From a perspective of spirituality and spiritual awakening, this independence often marks a deeper stage of self-awareness, where identity is no longer built on how one is perceived by others, but on an internal alignment with personal values and truth. Their comfort with being alone is another defining trait that sets them apart. Solitude does not frighten them. Instead, it becomes a space for clarity, creativity, and self-reflection. They are capable of self-entertainment, whether through thought, learning, imagination, or quiet observation, and they can solve problems independently without immediately turning to others for guidance. This ability to sit with oneself without restlessness or anxiety suggests a strong inner world and a developed emotional intelligence. What may appear as distance or reserve from the outside is, in fact, a calm self-sufficiency. As Carl Jung suggested, true loneliness is not the absence of people, but the absence of meaning. And these individuals rarely feel empty because their inner life is rich, reflective, and self-sustaining. Because they do not need others to fill emotional gaps, their standards for friendship naturally become exceptionally high. When someone has learned to enjoy their own company, they no longer accept relationships out of fear of being alone or pressure to conform. Every connection must add value, depth, or understanding. Otherwise, it simply does not pass their internal filter. This selectiveness is not coldness or superiority. It is discernment. They understand, often intuitively, that emotional energy is limited and that giving access to their inner world is a serious exchange. As a result, they protect their personal space carefully, allowing only those who demonstrate consistency, authenticity, and respect to come close. Unlike many people who collect acquaintances to feel socially validated, these individuals prefer a small, tightly curated circle. They value quality over quantity and depth over frequency. A single meaningful conversation can matter more to them than dozens of casual interactions. Their friendships tend to be fewer, but more profound, rooted in shared values, mutual growth, and genuine understanding, rather than convenience or social obligation. This approach to relationships often aligns with spiritual awakening, where superficial connections lose their appeal and the soul begins to seek resonance instead of popularity. In this stage, relationships are no longer used to escape oneself, but to reflect truth and support inner evolution. This way of living often leads others to misinterpret them as distant, aloof, or even antisocial. Yet the reality is far more complex. Their apparent detachment is not emotional numbness, but emotional regulation. They have learned how to observe their feelings without being overwhelmed by them, and how to enjoy presence without constant stimulation. They are selective listeners, thoughtful speakers, and careful observers of human behavior, which allows them to navigate social environments without being absorbed by them. From a Jungian lens, this reflects a strong individuation process, where the individual separates from collective expectations in order to develop an authentic sense of self. Over time, this independence reinforces itself. As they rely less on external validation, they become more comfortable trusting their inner compass. As they trust themselves more, they feel less urgency to seek approval or companionship for its own sake. This creates a quiet confidence that does not need to be displayed or defended. Their solitude becomes a source of insight. Their selectiveness becomes a form of self-respect, and their small social circle becomes a reflection of inner alignment rather than social limitation. In this way, having few or no friends is not a social failure, but a meaningful expression of inner strength, spiritual wisdom, and a life guided from within rather than shaped by the crowd. 5. Your trust threshold is high due to past experiences. People who have few or no friends often share a quiet but powerful background shaped by betrayal, emotional neglect, or painful social experiences earlier in life. And if this describes you, it is important to recognize that your distance from others did not come from indifference, but from learning. because repeated disappointment teaches the nervous system to be cautious, alert, and protective rather than open and impulsive. When trust is broken, especially during formative years, the mind adapts by raising its threshold for emotional access, and instead of freely offering closeness, you begin to observe people more closely, noticing patterns, inconsistencies, and intentions before allowing them into your inner world. This heightened awareness is not accidental. It is the brain's way of ensuring safety after it has learned that not everyone who appears friendly is trustworthy. And this is why you may feel compelled to test connections over time, waiting to see who remains consistent rather than who simply makes a strong first impression. As Carl Jung wisely observed, the shoe that fits one person pinches another. And this insight applies deeply to social life, because the way you form relationships cannot be measured by conventional standards of popularity or social ease. Your selectivity often results in slower relationship formation and fewer friendships overall. Yet this does not indicate emotional deficiency, but psychological intelligence, since the mind that has been wounded learns to value stability over novelty and sincerity over charm. You may find yourself naturally distancing from shallow interactions, not because you lack interest in people, but because your inner system seeks emotional truth, and surface-level connections no longer feel nourishing. This careful approach can be misunderstood by others as aloofness, but in reality, it reflects a deep respect for emotional boundaries and an instinct to protect what is most vulnerable within you. Over time, this inward orientation often leads to a richer inner life, where reflection replaces constant social stimulation, and solitude becomes a space for integration rather than loneliness. Many individuals who walk this path develop heightened emotional sensitivity, strong intuition, and an ability to read subtle emotional cues, qualities that often deepen one's connection to spirituality and spiritual development. When external relationships feel unreliable, attention naturally turns inward, encouraging self-exploration, meaning-making, and personal growth rather than dependence on validation from others. Jung captured this inner shift when he wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And understanding your cautious nature allows you to reclaim authorship over your social choices instead of viewing isolation as something that merely happened to you. This process reshapes how trust is built, because instead of being offered freely, trust becomes something that grows gradually through observation, emotional safety, and shared integrity. You may notice that you value depth over frequency, preferring one meaningful bond to many casual interactions. And while modern culture often celebrates constant connection, your psyche prioritizes calm, authenticity, and emotional alignment. This preference is not a rejection of others, but an alignment with your own nervous system, which has learned that closeness must feel safe before it can feel fulfilling. As a result, your relationships, though fewer, often carry greater emotional weight, honesty, and longevity, reflecting a maturity that comes from lived experience rather than theory. This selective nature also reinforces self-trust, because learning to rely on your own judgment becomes essential when past trust has been violated. And as self-trust strengthens, so does emotional independence. Instead of seeking approval or belonging at any cost, you learn to stand comfortably in your own presence. cultivating resilience and quiet confidence that does not require constant affirmation. This inner stability is closely tied to spiritual development, as it teaches you that connection begins with alignment to self, and that relationships formed from wholeness rather than need tend to be more balanced and sincere. Your distance, therefore, is not a sign of disconnection from life, but evidence of a psyche that has learned to protect, discern, and grow, choosing quality of connection over quantity and authenticity over appearance. Do you resonate with this truth? If so, share it in the comments and affirm it boldly. I trust wisely because my experiences have made me stronger. In closing, having few or even no friends is not a flaw. It can be a sign of rare depth, self-awareness, and inner independence. As Carl Jung suggested, those who walk a more conscious path often outgrow superficial connections and are guided instead by meaning, authenticity, and inner truth. If you recognize yourself in these traits, know that your solitude is not emptiness, but space for growth, clarity, and spiritual maturity. If this message resonated with you, please like this video, share it with someone who might need this reminder, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights into psychology, spirituality, and self-discovery. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming videos. 10 silent signs you're close to a major spiritual awakening. They say that when the student is ready, the teacher appears, but often the teacher appears as a silent inner change that catches us completely off guard. Carl Jung taught us that there is no coming to consciousness without pain, but that pain is often the precursor to a beautiful new chapter. Today, on Spiritual Wisdom, we are decoding the 10 silent signs that you are approaching a major spiritual awakening. These are the hidden clues that your soul is ready for the next level. Pay close attention to sign number 7. It is the one most people overlook. As we dive in, ask yourself, is this happening to me? Don't forget to like and comment, I am awakening. If you are ready to embrace this transformation, sign 1. Life starts to feel like a role or costume. Have you ever paused in the middle of a busy day, struck by a sudden, inexplicable sense of detachment, as if the world around you was merely a stage set and the people in it were actors reciting lines? This subtle, haunting sensation is not a symptom of madness, but the stirring of something profound deep within your psyche. It is the beginning of a journey toward the true self, a path often illuminated by the insights of Carl Jung. We often look for thunderous revelations or burning bushes to signal a change in our trajectory, but true transformation is rarely so loud. Instead, it arrives on quiet feet, manifesting in silent whispers that suggest you are standing on the precipice of a major spiritual awakening. These internal shifts are easily dismissed by the rational mind, yet they are the breadcrumbs leading you out of the forest of the unconscious. Before we can even count the specific signs, we must recognize the very atmosphere of change that envelops you. For the journey begins not with an answer, but with the presence of a question. The irony of this transformation is that seeking itself is the first sign. The very fact that you are here, reading these words, and actively questioning the nature of your reality is the most potent evidence that the process has already begun. Consider the nature of a dream. A person who is deeply asleep never questions the physics of the dream world. They simply accept the chaos and the narrative as their absolute reality. It is only when you begin to rouse from slumber in that lucid space between sleeping and waking that you start to suspect there is a world beyond the dream. In the same way, your intellectual restlessness and your sudden urge to explore spirituality are not accidental. They are symptoms of lucidity. You are no longer fully asleep in the dream of life. You are starting to suspect there is more behind the performance than what you have been told. And this skepticism toward the normal world is the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon of your consciousness. As this new awareness takes hold, your relationship with your identity begins to shift dramatically, manifesting as sign 1. Life starts to feel like a role or a costume. Suddenly, the existence you have painstakingly built your career, your job titles, the opinions of your peers, and the heavy seriousness of social expectations begin to feel like someone else's clothes. For years, you may have worn these things as if they were your skin, believing they defined you. But now, they feel ill-fitting, heavy, and strangely artificial. This is what Carl Jung might describe as the separation from the persona, the social mask we wear to navigate the world. You find yourself looking at the seriousness of society, the obsession with status, the frantic race for accumulation, and it all seems somewhat theatrical, perhaps even absurd. You still play the game of life because you must. You go to work, you pay the bills, and you engage in small talk. However, a fundamental shift has occurred. You can't fully believe it's ultimate or absolutely serious anymore. You have become an actor who knows they are on a stage, reciting lines while secretly watching the audience, aware that the character you are playing is not the same as the soul observing the play. Have you ever felt like life is starting to feel like a role or a costume you've outgrown? If so, share your experience in the comments so others know they're not alone. And if you're just beginning to sense this shift, comment, "I am awakening," so we can walk this journey of spiritual awakening together. Sign 2. You get the cosmic joke. As you deepen your journey into spiritual development, you eventually encounter the second profound indicator of transformation, which is often described as the moment you finally get the cosmic joke, a realization that fundamentally shifts how you perceive your own identity and the world around you. For years, you have likely carried the weight of your persona like a heavy armor, meticulously polishing your reputation, defending your opinions, and worrying incessantly about how you are perceived by others. But suddenly, in a flash of lucid clarity, the heaviness dissolves and you realize how absurdly serious you've been about being yourself. This moment is not about ridiculing your life or your struggles, but rather, it is a profound shift in perspective where you begin to see that the person you thought you were, the name, the job title, the history of hurts and triumphs, is merely a costume you have been wearing. You see that you're playing a character. An awakening is remembering you're not the role, but the actor behind it, the silent observer who has been watching the play unfold all along. In the realm of true spirituality, this distinction is everything, because it liberates you from the suffocating pressure to be perfect or to constantly defend the fragile ego that you spent a lifetime constructing. You begin to understand that the drama of your life, with all its twists, turns, heartbreaks, and victories, is simply a script being acted out on the stage of consciousness, and you are the vast, untouchable awareness in which it all takes place. When this truth settles into your bones, it triggers a reaction that might surprise you, a bubbling, uncontrollable sense of humor regarding the human condition. This brings a deep, loving laughter at the drama of existence, not mockery, but recognition, a gentle chuckle at how deeply you were immersed in the illusion that the play was the only reality that existed. You stop taking every slight so personally. You stop viewing every obstacle as a tragedy. And you start navigating your days with a lightness of being that confuses those who are still trapped in the gravity of their own dramas. This laughter is the sound of your chains falling off, the acoustic signature of freedom, confirming that you have stepped back from the screen of the movie and remembered that you are safe in the theater. It is a sign of maturity in your spiritual development, where the tragic seriousness of the ego is replaced by the playful curiosity of the soul. You realize that you can still participate in the dance of life. You can still play your role with passion and integrity, but you no longer mistake the map for the territory or the mask for the face. This cosmic joke reveals that the universe is not a courtroom where you are being judged, but a playground where you are meant to learn, experience, and eventually remember who you truly are. As you embrace this lightness, the rigid structures of your life begin to soften, and you find that you can move through challenges with a grace and ease that was previously inaccessible to you, simply because you are in on the joke, and you know that the punchline is, and always has been, love. Sign 3. Your sense of time starts dissolving. Have you ever found yourself so deeply immersed in a creative project, a conversation with a loved one, or perhaps just sitting quietly in nature, watching the sunset, that the entire world seemed to stop? In those moments, you might look at the clock and realize that what felt like mere minutes was actually several hours. Or conversely, a single moment felt like it contained an eternity. This is not a symptom of forgetfulness or a lack of focus. Rather, it is a profound entry point into what Carl Jung referred to as the realization of the infinite. You are beginning to taste moments where the rigid structure of time simply disappears, leaving you fully present, awake, and alive. This experience is a hallmark of true spiritual wisdom. Society conditions us to view time as a scarce commodity, a ticking clock that demands we rush from one obligation to the next, constantly checking our watches. However, as you undergo this spiritual awakening, you start to perceive the truth that time is a construct of the mind. You begin to understand that the past is nothing more than a memory trace in your brain, and the future is merely a projection of your imagination. Neither of them actually exists. The only thing that has ever been real, and the only place where life actually happens, is the now. As the physicist Albert Einstein famously noted, the distinction between the past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion. You are waking up from that illusion. When you start living in this state of no time, something miraculous happens to your psychology. The background anxiety that hums in the minds of so many people, the fear of running out of time, begins to soften and eventually fade away. This is because the ego lives in linear time. It is obsessed with its own survival and future achievements. But your spirit, your true self, lives in the eternal now. Carl Jung taught that the decisive question for man is he related to something infinite or not? When you lose track of time, you are answering that question with a resounding yes. You are connecting to the infinite part of yourself that was never born and will never die. Consequently, this shift brings a deep sense of peace regarding the ultimate unknown, death. When you stop obsessing over the timeline of your life, the fear of death begins to lose its grip on you. If the past and future are just thoughts, then the end of your physical timeline is not a cliff you fall off, but simply a transition within the eternal present. You start to see that you are not a temporary being struggling against the clock, but an eternal consciousness experiencing a human life. This is the gift of sign 3, the freedom to simply be, without the heavy burden of the ticking clock on your shoulders. You are stepping out of the chronology of the calendar and into the kairos, the supreme moment of the soul. Sign 4. A new kind of aloneness appears. You begin to sense a quiet shift inside you. A new kind of aloneness that does not feel like isolation, but feels like your soul slowly stepping back from the superficial noise of the world. The chatter, the rushing, the endless need for distraction, all of it begins to fade. Not because you are rejecting life, but because something in you recognizes that your energy no longer belongs in places that cannot hold your depth. At first, this solitude may feel unfamiliar, almost unsettling, because society has taught you that being alone equals emptiness. But as the silence stretches out before you, you discover a truth that feels ancient. Being alone is not emptiness at all, but fullness, the fullness of meeting your own undivided presence without interruption, without performance, without the constant echo of other people's expectations. In this space, something profound happens. Your breath feels deeper, your awareness sharper, your emotions quieter, and your entire nervous system begins to soften as if it finally has room to breathe. This is not loneliness. This is the sacred doorway of a spiritual awakening opening inside you. And the longer you sit with this new aloneness, the more you realize it is not a withdrawal from life, but a return to yourself. Carl Jung understood this when he said that solitude is not the absence of others, but the presence of the self. And here you are, meeting yourself with a clarity you have never known. You begin to feel that you are not simply a person in the universe, but something far more mysterious. The universe gazing at itself through your eyes. This recognition comes not as a thought, but as an expansion of perception, a soft dissolving of the boundary between you and everything else. And suddenly, the world feels closer, not farther away. The stars don't feel distant. The wind doesn't feel separate. Even the beat of your own heart feels like it belongs to something much older than your individual life. This is the moment when your aloneness transforms into a kind of communion, quiet, profound, and deeply intimate. You start craving fewer words and more presence, fewer explanations and more direct knowing. Your inner world grows louder as the outer world grows softer. And this is how spirituality reshapes a person, not through grand events, but through subtle dissolving and quiet remembering. Others may misunderstand this phase. They may think you are withdrawing, shutting down, or drifting away. But inside, something entirely different is happening. You are shedding noise. You are shedding reflexes. You are shedding the unconscious layers you once wore to survive. What remains is your essence unmasked, uncluttered, and unmistakably alive. And the deeper you settle into this aloneness, the more you realize that you have never been alone at all. You were simply too distracted to notice the presence that was always with you, your own consciousness, your own soul, your own connection to the universe that breathes through you. Comment below, "I honor my sacred aloneness," if you're beginning to feel this quiet shift within you. Sign 5. You see that you are not your thoughts. You begin to notice that your thoughts no longer feel like you in the way they once did. And this changes everything at the core of your inner life. Because instead of being trapped inside your thinking, you start to see thoughts as events that arise and dissolve on their own, like weather moving through the sky, present for a moment and then gone. And for the first time, you do not cling to them as identity or truth, but observe them as movements passing through awareness. And in this quiet shift, you realize something profound. You are not the voice in your head. You are the awareness that hears it. And suddenly, the space between you and your thoughts becomes visible, gentle, and steady. You recognize that emotions rise and fall within that same space of awareness, appearing and disappearing without needing to be obeyed or resisted. And instead of trying to control every feeling, you witness them with clarity, understanding that you are the container, not the content. And this brings an unexpected calm, because even when difficult emotions surface, they no longer define who you are. And even when heavy thoughts appear, they do not automatically become your truth. And this is where your experience of spirituality begins to mature, beyond ideas and into direct inner knowing. Anxiety may still arise, but it no longer feels like your identity. Depression may still pass through, but it no longer feels like your nature. Fear may still whisper, but it no longer feels like your destiny. Because instead of being lost inside these states, you now watch them as patterns moving through consciousness, and this alone weakens their grip, not by force, but by observation. And in that observation, a quiet power grows, the power of not being ruled by what appears within you. You start to sense that the mind has been telling stories your entire life, endlessly interpreting, judging, replaying, and predicting. And yet now you see those stories as constructions rather than commands. And this is not cold detachment or emotional suppression, but a deeper intimacy with truth, because you are finally meeting your inner life without confusion. And as this becomes steady, your reactions begin to slow. Your responses become more intentional, and your inner world becomes less chaotic, not because challenges vanish, but because they no longer own your identity. The deeper this awareness strengthens, the more you notice how often you once suffered not from reality itself, but from the thoughts you believed about it, and how many emotions were prolonged not by events, but by the meanings attached to them. And as this realization settles, something softens inside you, because you no longer feel the same urgency to fight every thought, fix every feeling, or solve every inner movement. And in that release, your spiritual development becomes rooted not in control, but in clarity. You become aware that you are the silent witness behind experience, the stable presence behind every rising thought and fading emotion. And this awareness does not fluctuate with your moods, and does not disappear when fear appears, and does not vanish when sadness arises. And this reveals a deeper form of freedom, one that does not depend on circumstances, approval, or mental comfort, but rests quietly beneath everything that changes. The stories of the mind still unfold, but they no longer feel personal in the same way. And this is where suffering begins to loosen its grip, because you are no longer feeding it with automatic belief. And even when difficult patterns return, you can see them as patterns rather than as proof of who you are. And this alone creates space for healing without struggle. In this space, you begin responding instead of reacting, witnessing instead of suppressing, breathing instead of bracing. And slowly, your inner life becomes less about survival and more about awareness. And this is where your spirituality becomes something lived rather than something imagined. And your spiritual development becomes something felt rather than something hoped for. Because you are no longer trying to escape the mind, but learning to stand beyond it. Sign 6. Synchronicities become impossible to ignore. Under the surface of your everyday life, synchronicities begin to gather like quiet sparks, guiding you toward a truth you can no longer ignore. And even if you try to brush them off, they return with such precise timing: repeated names, familiar symbols, random conversations, a book falling open to the exact sentence you needed, that a part of you finally whispers, "This cannot be an accident." Because the deeper you move into spiritual wisdom, the more you sense that your inner world and the outer world are not two separate realities, but one continuous movement shaping itself around your awareness. It feels as if the universe is no longer a distant machine, but a living presence speaking through events, signs, and synchronicities, creating a kind of intimate dialogue with you. And this is where Carl Jung's famous words become real in your own experience. Synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see. You start noticing that whenever your inner state changes your intention, your clarity, your emotional honesty, something in the outside world responds, almost as if life is holding up a mirror to show you what you're ready to understand. Someone might say a phrase that answers a question you never spoke aloud. A forgotten symbol may reappear at the moment you feel lost, or a random encounter may validate a truth you were afraid to admit. And the more you observe these moments, the more you realize they carry the same quiet message. Life is aware of you. This realization softens you, expands you, and awakens a deeper trust, because you begin to feel guided rather than thrown into chaos. And you sense that behind every coincidence is an intelligence moving with purpose. Albert Einstein once said, "Coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous." And suddenly, this quote stops being poetic and becomes personal. You feel the guidance not as something external, but as something flowing through you and around you at the same time. Your thoughts become more aligned, your intuition sharpens, and the boundaries between inner and outer dissolve into one single field of meaning. You realize that what appears outside you is often a response to what has shifted within you, as if the universe waits for your inner readiness before revealing the next step. And as this pattern becomes impossible to deny, your fear-based thinking begins to fade, because how can you believe you are alone or unsupported when life keeps meeting you exactly at the intersection of your doubt and your hope? The beauty of this stage is that it transforms how you move through the world. Instead of forcing outcomes, you begin to listen. Instead of chasing answers, you allow them to arrive. Instead of seeing life as random, you sense its design. Every sign feels like a subtle affirmation that you are walking in rhythm with something larger than your individual story. Something that speaks the language of timing, alignment, and inner resonance. You start to understand that the universe is not testing you, but teaching you, not judging you, but guiding you, and that each synchronicity is a gentle nudge, reminding you that your awakening is already in motion. And with every meaningful coincidence, you step deeper into the truth that your life is not a disconnected sequence of events, but a living conversation, a collaboration between your soul and a universe that has always been speaking. You are just finally learning how to hear it. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom as you learn to recognize the synchronicities guiding your awakening. Sign 7. The compulsion to prove yourself collapses. You begin to notice a subtle shift inside you, a quiet inner collapse that feels strangely liberating. And this marks the moment you recognize that you have spent much of your life living in an imaginary competition, trying to justify your existence to a judge that was never real, responding to expectations that were never truly your own, and measuring yourself according to rules no one actually wrote. This realization doesn't come loudly. It unfolds like a soft truth, rising from deep within your consciousness, the kind of truth that appears as your spirituality matures and your spiritual awakening deepens, showing you that the world never demanded you to prove anything. It was your conditioning that convinced you that you needed to earn your place, that you had to demonstrate your worth, that you had to justify why you deserved space, love, attention, or recognition. And when this illusion fades, you feel an internal release, as if a tight knot inside your chest quietly unravels, allowing you to breathe in a new kind of freedom. Suddenly, the need to impress others weakens. The reflex to defend yourself becomes unnecessary. The old instinct to seek approval loses its power, and you begin to act from a deeper, quieter authenticity. You start choosing things simply because they resonate with your soul, not because they elevate your status in someone else's eyes. You follow what feels true, not what looks impressive. You speak because your words matter, not because you want praise. You rest without guilt. You create without performing. You no longer ask, "Do I deserve this?" Because you finally understand the truth. Existence is not a reward. It is a birthright. As Carl Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And when this realization settles into your spirit, you stop trying to earn what life has already given you. Your entire relationship with yourself begins to transform. You recognize that you never needed a reason to be here, just as a flower does not bloom to justify its beauty or prove its worth. A flower opens simply because opening is its nature, and in that simplicity lies an unshakable truth. Existence does not require permission. You start to see yourself the same way, not as someone performing for acceptance, but as someone unfolding into authenticity. The more this truth takes root, the more the exhausting comparisons dissolve. Other people's successes no longer feel threatening because they no longer mirror your fears. Their journeys are simply different landscapes, not measurements of your inadequacy. Your worth stops fluctuating with external reactions. It stays steady, grounded, and whole because it no longer depends on anyone else. As this inner shift strengthens, even your relationships begin to reorganize themselves. Connections built on performance, pleasing, or trying too hard naturally fade, while those rooted in honesty resonance, and mutual respect begin to flourish. You no longer feel compelled to explain yourself or prove your intentions. You respond rather than react. You choose rather than chase. You allow rather than force. The stillness inside you grows into a steady confidence, the kind that does not need applause to feel alive. And although this stage may feel unfamiliar at first, it carries a gentle peace, a quiet knowing that the life you are creating now is finally aligned with your soul rather than your fears. Sign 8. Love and joy arise without a cause. You begin to feel waves of love, tenderness, and quiet joy rising inside you for no logical reason at all. And what makes this moment so powerful is that nothing in the outer world has changed enough to explain it, yet your inner world feels lighter, warmer, and more alive than before. This love is not triggered by success, praise, romance, or approval, and it is not aimed at any one person in particular. It moves through you like soft light, filling every corner of a room, gentle, steady, and all-embracing, creating a subtle background of okayness that stays with you no matter what emotion passes through the surface. Even sadness no longer feels like a threat. Stress no longer feels overwhelming. And uncertainty no longer feels dangerous, because beneath everything, there is now a quiet emotional safety that didn't exist before. This is one of the clearest signs that your spiritual development has reached a deeper level, because your nervous system is no longer dependent on external validation to feel secure, and your experience of spirituality is no longer something you think about. It becomes something you feel. Without forcing anything, your relationship with love itself begins to shift. You become less focused on getting love from people, situations, or outcomes, and more like a fountain that naturally gives it without effort, without calculation, and without fear of running out. The urgency to be chosen, admired, or emotionally rescued begins to soften, not because you have grown cold, but because your heart no longer feels empty. You notice that you listen more patiently, forgive more easily, and react less defensively, because fear is no longer driving your emotional responses the way it once did. Instead of asking whether you are enough for others, you begin to feel enough within yourself. And this inner fullness quietly changes the way you move through the world. As Carl Jung reminded us, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And in this phase, you begin to remember that who you truly are beneath all conditioning is not lack, but love itself, steady, expressive, and self-sustaining. You are no longer trying to pull warmth from the outside to survive emotionally. You radiate it because it now belongs to your natural state. If this message resonated with your heart, leave a like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss the signs guiding your spiritual awakening. And comment below, "I choose love and joy," to anchor this energy into your life. Sign 9. Death feels less like an ending and more like going home. You notice something changing inside you when death stops feeling like a terrifying ending and begins to resemble a quiet return, almost like a place your soul remembers. This shift is subtle but powerful, and it reveals that you are moving closer to a major inner awakening, one that opens you to deeper spiritual wisdom and a more expansive understanding of who you are. You start to sense that the part of you that worries, fears, and clings is not the real you at all, and instead, you feel a strange inner calm that whispers, "I cannot truly be harmed." What you once called your life begins to feel more like a temporary expression of something eternal, something that existed long before your birth and will continue long after your death. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And in moments like these, you finally understand that the one who watches your life unfold is far older than your body and far wiser than your thoughts. As this awareness deepens, your personality, your habits, preferences, successes, and wounds no longer feels like the full story. It becomes clear that these are only surface ripples on a much deeper ocean of consciousness, and you begin to experience yourself not as a rigid identity, but as a fluid movement within something vast. You sense that you are a wave rising and falling in a timeless sea, and even the things you once feared, loss, change, endings, become part of that rhythm instead of threats against your existence. Death stops being the opposite of life because you can now feel that life itself is a cycle of entering and leaving forms, just like breathing in and breathing out. Rumi said, "When you leave this world behind, you return to the one you never left." And somehow, that no longer feels like poetry, but like truth, rising in your bones. This shift doesn't make you detached from life. It actually pulls you deeper into it. You begin to cherish small things more, not because you fear losing them, but because you finally see their essence. You become more present in conversations, more patient during conflict, more compassionate toward suffering, because everything is seen through the lens of impermanence and eternity coexisting. When you know that nothing truly disappears, you stop clinging and start appreciating. You stop fighting life and begin flowing with it. You stop fearing endings and start recognizing transitions. You may also notice that your old anxieties lose their grip. The fear of running out of time softens because you no longer believe that time is your enemy. The fear of failure fades because you know your worth doesn't depend on achievement. Even the fear of death dissolves because you feel, at a deep intuitive level, that you are returning to a familiar home rather than falling into darkness. Carl Jung often spoke about the psyche as something far greater than the physical body, and this understanding becomes real for you, not as an idea, but as an inner experience that reshapes the way you perceive everything. And then something even more profound happens. You start to live with a quiet trust. You trust the timing of your life. You trust the unfolding of your path. You trust your inner voice and the intelligence guiding you, even when you don't understand it. This trust becomes the doorway into your awakening, and through it, you discover what your soul has been trying to show you all along, that you were never just a single lifetime, never just a personality, and never just a story. You were always consciousness itself, moving through form, learning, remembering, and finally awakening to the truth of what you have always been. Sign 10. The sacred and ordinary merge completely. There is a point on the path of spirituality where the world stops feeling divided and begins to reveal its wholeness through the smallest moments, where washing dishes, tying your shoes, or waiting for the bus no longer appear as ordinary tasks, but as gentle doorways into awareness, each movement echoing with a quiet sacredness that you could not perceive before. Daily life stops feeling like a series of disconnected events and becomes something more like a continuous prayer, something already complete in itself. And in this shift, you notice that you no longer separate life into spiritual and non-spiritual, because every breath, every sound, every gesture carries the same essence. The destination you've been seeking suddenly dissolves into the truth that this very moment has been the destination all along. And enlightenment stops being a distant promise and becomes the simple suchness of now, the raw presence that has always existed beneath your thinking. This is where Carl Jung's insight resonates deeply. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens, reminding you that the inner world has always held what the outer world could never offer. From here, the deeper realization unfolds that awakening is not something approaching you from the future. It is what you already are. The so-called signs along your journey are not clues pointing toward a transformation that has not yet happened. They are glimpses of the truth that has always been living underneath your assumptions, waiting for you to slow down enough to notice it. As your awareness sharpens, you begin to understand that you were never truly asleep in the dramatic way you once imagined. You were awake the entire time, only dreaming that you were lost, separated, and endlessly searching for something outside yourself. The seeker and the sought begin to collapse into one, revealing that the awareness reading these words, the awareness noticing thoughts drift in and out, the awareness sensing the body breathe, is the very presence you have been trying to find. In that recognition, the old story of striving softens. The pressure to become something more fades. You start sensing that every step, even the confused ones, has been part of the same unfolding, and that nothing was ever wasted. What once felt like hunger for answers becomes resting in truth. You understand that welcome home is not a call to return to a distant spiritual realm, but the realization that you never left at all, you only imagined you did. And as this understanding settles into your being, a stillness emerges that does not depend on circumstances. The sacredness of life reveals itself not as a rare experience, but as a constant presence. And your spiritual awakening becomes less about dramatic revelations and more about recognizing the quiet fullness that has always been here, living through you, noticing itself in this exact moment. Ultimately, the confusion and solitude you may be feeling are the necessary soil for your growth. This is the process of individuation, your psyche seeking wholeness. As Jung said, who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. Trust the process. You are awakening. If you found value in this message, please hit the like button and share this video with a friend who needs to hear it. Subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and ring the bell icon to stay connected with our journey into the deeper self. See you in the next video. The hidden psychology of people who avoid crowds. Solitude is for me a fount of healing which makes my life worth living. Talking is often a torment for me. and I need many days of silence to recover from the futility of words. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt drained by the noise of the crowd, finding your true energy only when you are alone? Society often mistakes this preference for shyness or anxiety, but Carl Jung suggests it may actually be a sign of profound psychological depth and spiritual maturity. In today's video, we are going to uncover the hidden psychology behind why some of us instinctively avoid the masses to protect our inner world. This isn't just about personality types. It is a guide to reclaiming your peace and understanding the power of your own company. As we dive into this wisdom, ask yourself, do you find your clarity in the noise of the world or in the silence of your own mind? Let us know in the comments below, and let's begin this journey of self-discovery. 1. Your nervous system lacks a filter, high sensitivity. To grasp the hidden psychology of those who instinctively avoid crowds, we must first look at the biological machinery humming beneath the surface, specifically a phenomenon known in psychology as latent inhibition, or more simply, your mind's filtration system. For the vast majority of the population, the human brain comes equipped with a sturdy, automatic mental filter that efficiently blocks out the irrelevant background noise of existence, the hum of a refrigerator, the flickering of a fluorescent light, or the overlapping chatter of a dozen meaningless conversations, allowing them to focus only on what is immediately necessary. However, your reality is fundamentally different because your nervous system lacks this standard filter, meaning that instead of screening out these sensory inputs, your brain welcomes them all in with an intensity that can be overwhelming. While the average person perceives the world in a standard, manageable definition, your mind records every nuance of existence in 4K HDR, capturing every texture, every subtle shift in tone, and every micro-expression with a level of clarity that is both a gift and a burden. This heightened state of reception is what psychologists classify as having a highly sensitive nervous system, a trait that ensures you process sensory data 30% deeper than the average person. Because your biology refuses to dull the sharp edges of reality, being in a large crowd does not just feel busy. It feels like drinking from a fire hose while everyone around you is casually sipping from a straw. You are not being difficult, and you are certainly not lazy. In fact, quite the opposite is true, as your brain is working overtime, burning immense amounts of energy to process thousands of details that others simply do not see. This constant, high-definition processing explains the sudden onset of fatigue you feel in social situations, a weariness that goes down to your bones. Yet, it is crucial to understand that this hyper-awareness is not a flaw in your design, but rather an ancient evolutionary trait that was once vital for survival. In the days of our ancestors, the tribe relied on the one individual who could sense the snap of a twig before the predator appeared, or who could smell the change in the rain before the storm arrived. You were the sentry, the watcher, and the protector. In the modern world, this trait often feels like a liability, but if you look closer, you will see that it is actually the foundation of a profound spirituality. This intense connection to the world around you, this inability to shut out the vibration of life, is often the first sign of a spiritual awakening. Your sensitivity acts as a bridge to the unseen, forcing you to look inward because the outside world is too loud, and it is in that inward turning that wisdom begins to bloom. You are not broken for needing silence. You are merely a finely tuned instrument in a world that often bangs on drums. When you feel the urge to retreat from the crowd, do not judge yourself, for you are simply honoring the needs of a nervous system designed for deep insight rather than shallow participation. By acknowledging that you drink from the fire hose of life, you can stop trying to force yourself to sip from the straw, and instead embrace the depth of your perception as the pathway to a higher understanding of yourself and the universe. Have you ever felt completely drained just by being in a busy room? If so, please share your experience in the comments below so others know they aren't alone. If you are just discovering this concept, please comment, "I honor my sensitivity," so we can embrace this journey of self-discovery together. 2. You are drained by fakeness, not people. You have likely experienced those moments where you step away from a gathering, not physically tired from exertion, but deeply exhausted in your soul, feeling a heaviness that sleep alone cannot cure. It is crucial to understand that this fatigue does not stem from the mere presence of others, nor does it mean you are broken or antisocial. Rather, it is a profound reaction to the energy of performance. What you are feeling is the weight of the persona, the social mask that Carl Jung described, which people wear to fit into the collective herd. For someone like you, who is traversing a path of deep spirituality and serious spiritual development, the act of witnessing these performances is draining because your spirit is naturally attuned to resonance and truth. You are not exhausted by the humans themselves, but by the sheer effort it takes to navigate the layers of pretense, the forced laughter, and the scripted small talk that dominates so many social interactions. This sensitivity is actually a superpower, a heightened form of emotional intelligence that allows you to scan a room and instantly detect the disparity between who a person is and who they are pretending to be. While others may be content to skate on the surface of interaction, happily exchanging pleasantries that mean nothing, you possess an internal radar that pings loudly in the presence of inauthenticity. This is why you might feel lonely in a crowded room. Your soul is starving for something real while being fed a diet of illusions. You see the shadow behind the smile, and the disconnect requires you to process a tremendous amount of unspoken information, which is a significant tax on your energy reserves. This is not a flaw in your character, but a clear sign of your spiritual development. As you grow closer to your own center, anything that is off-center becomes difficult to tolerate. Consequently, your social preferences are not born out of fear or awkwardness, but out of a desperate craving for substance and depth. You are the type of person who would trade 100 nights of loud, superficial celebrations for just one deep conversation at 2 a.m, where the masks come off and the souls actually speak. You seek the kind of connection where you can talk about the universe, fear, love, and the nature of existence, rather than the weather or the latest trends. This preference makes you socially selective, a curator of your own energy, rather than socially awkward. You understand that time is precious, and that exchanging energy with 10 shallow parties leaves you empty, whereas a single moment of genuine vulnerability with another human being fills you up. This selectivity is a form of self-protection and a necessary boundary for anyone serious about their spirituality and inner growth. You are not rejecting people. You are rejecting the noise that prevents you from connecting with people on a level that actually matters. You have realized that to protect your peace, you must be careful about where you invest your attention. You are not a recluse. You are simply an explorer of the deep, refusing to drown in the shallow waters of meaningless interaction. This journey you are on requires you to honor that instinct, to recognize that your exhaustion is a signal from your intuition, telling you that you are in an environment where your soul cannot breathe. By acknowledging this, you stop blaming yourself for not fitting in and start celebrating the fact that you were designed to stand out, to seek truth, and to walk a path of authenticity that few dare to tread. Before we reveal the biological difference in your brain chemistry, take a moment to subscribe and join our community of deep thinkers. Please like this video so you don't miss any of our future psychological insights. 3. Your brain chemistry is different. Dopamine versus acetylcholine. You see, your preference for silence is not a flaw. It is a distinct physiological design, and understanding this difference is the first step toward unlocking true spiritual wisdom. As the great psychiatrist Carl Jung once famously said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And it turns out that modern neuroscience has found the chemical blueprint for that very awakening. The reason you feel drained by the noise of the world while others seem energized by it comes down to how your brain processes reward, specifically through two powerful neurotransmitters, dopamine and acetylcholine. While the extroverted world runs on dopamine, that quick-hit chemical that floods the brain during high-stimulation activities like loud parties, networking events, and social chatter, your brain handles it differently. For an extrovert, a flood of dopamine feels like a rush of euphoria, a battery being charged. However, for you, that same amount of dopamine can feel overwhelming, causing your nervous system to spike into exhaustion and overstimulation. This is why you can physically feel the energy leaving your body when you are forced to make small talk for hours. But here is the secret that most people miss. You are not lacking a reward system. You simply rely on a different, more potent fuel called acetylcholine. This is the chemical of depth, the neurotransmitter that is released not when you are shouting over music, but when you are engaging in deep thinking, reflection, and intense focus. Acetylcholine makes you feel calm, alert, and content when you are alone with a book, lost in a creative project, or contemplating the mysteries of the universe. Furthermore, this difference is not just chemical, it is structural. Research suggests that people with your temperament often have a higher density of gray matter in the prefrontal cortex, the area of the brain responsible for abstract thinking and decision-making. This means your brain is literally built to process information more deeply than the average person. When you retreat from the crowd, you are not running away from life. You are moving toward the environment where your biology thrives. You need that quiet space to access your genius, because for you, solitude is not isolation. It is incubation. It is in these moments of withdrawal that you align with the insights of Carl Jung, turning away from the distractions of the collective to face the richness of the inner self. So, the next time you feel the urge to leave a busy event to find a quiet sanctuary, do not apologize for it. You are simply honoring your nature shifting from the cheap thrill of dopamine to the profound satisfaction of acetylcholine. By embracing this, you are not just protecting your energy, you are stepping into a state of higher awareness. You are realizing that your avoidance of crowds is actually a pursuit of depth, a necessary condition for the spiritual wisdom that only comes when the noise stops and the true work of the mind begins. As you navigate a world that often demands you to be loud, remember that your power lies in your capacity to be still, for it is in that stillness that you are most alive. 4. You are an emotional sponge. Hyper-empathy. Have you ever stepped into a bustling room and felt an almost physical wave of exhaustion hit you before you even spoke a word, as if the very air was heavy with unseen weights? This is not a sign of social weakness or a defect in your character. Rather, it is the profound signature of a rare psychological constitution known as hyperempathy. To understand why you instinctively retreat from the masses, we must look beyond the surface of social anxiety and recognize that you are operating as an emotional sponge in a world that is constantly leaking feelings. You do not merely notice the emotions of others in the way one might observe a painting on a wall. Instead, you absorb them into your own psyche, dissolving the boundary between your internal peace and the external chaos. This mechanism is intense and involuntary, creating a reality where you are walking through a storm of invisible data that others are completely oblivious to. When you find yourself in a crowd, you are not just hearing the noise of chatter and footsteps. You are undergoing a complex internal experience where you pick up everyone's anxiety, excitement, and hidden stress simultaneously. It is exactly like a radio picking up every single station at once, resulting in a cacophony of static and overlapping voices that drowns out your own inner melody. While the average person can walk through a shopping mall or a busy street and maintain their emotional containment, you are being bombarded by the energetic frequencies of every passerby. You feel the heavy grief of the stranger sitting on the bench, the frantic rushing energy of the shopper behind you, and the suppressed anger of a couple arguing silently across the room. This creates a state of systemic overwhelm, not because you dislike people, but because you are feeling them too deeply. In the context of spirituality, this sensitivity is often a precursor to a significant spiritual awakening. It suggests that your soul is tuning into the collective consciousness, vibrating at a frequency where the illusion of separation begins to fade, leaving you open to the raw energy of the human experience. However, it is vital to reframe this overwhelming sensitivity not as a curse, but as a formidable hidden strength. This capacity for absorption makes you incredibly emotionally intelligent because you can understand people and situations on a level others simply cannot access. While most people are reading the surface text of an interaction, you are reading the subtext, the tone, and the vibrating energy beneath the words. You possess a built-in radar for truth that allows you to navigate the complexities of the human heart with profound insight. This is the gift of the empath. You carry the lantern that illuminates the shadow aspects of the psyche that Carl Jung spoke of. Your desire to avoid crowds is not a rejection of humanity, but a necessary preservation of your energy so that you can utilize this gift effectively. By stepping back into solitude, you wring out the sponge, clearing the foreign emotions you have gathered so that you can return to your center. Recognize that this heightening of your senses is a pivotal part of your journey into spirituality. It is a clear signal that you are designed for depth rather than breadth, created to understand the profound currents of life rather than just floating on its surface. Embrace this nature, for your sensitivity is the very tool that allows you to perceive the world in high definition, offering you a wisdom that is as rare as it is powerful. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel, and activate the notification bell so you never miss valuable wisdom like this. Continue protecting your energy and mastering your emotions. Type in the comments, "My sensitivity is my strength." 5. You are protecting your peace, not avoiding life. You often find yourself standing at the edge of the room, or choosing the quiet sanctuary of your home over the chaotic noise of a crowded gathering. And while the world might try to convince you that this is a sign of weakness or avoidance, the truth is that you are protecting your peace, not avoiding life. In a modern society that relentlessly glorifies being busy, loud, and constantly visible, making the conscious choice to stay away is actually a brave and rebellious act of prioritizing your own well-being over the hollow expectations of others. You must understand that your preference for solitude is not a flaw in your character, but a profound signal of your deepening spirituality, indicating that you are no longer willing to trade your authentic energy for the shallow validation found in the noise of the herd. When you step back from the crowd, you are effectively opting out of a game that was never designed for a soul as deep as yours. Realizing that the frantic pace of the world is often a distraction designed to keep people disconnected from their true selves. This separation is necessary because the crowd demands conformity, asking you to wear a mask and play a role that does not fit. But in the quiet, you are free to be exactly who you are without performance or pretense. Furthermore, this retreat into yourself is the fertile soil where true spiritual development begins to take root and flourish. While others may look at your life and see isolation, you know that your silence is not empty. It is full of creativity, intense self-awareness, and a richness that cannot be found in the superficial chatter of social obligation. Carl Jung, the great Swiss psychiatrist, reminded us that those who look outside dream, but those who look inside awaken, and your avoidance of crowds is simply your method of looking inside to awaken the dormant potential within you. You are preserving your vital life force, treating your energy like the precious resource it is, rather than scattering it carelessly among people who do not understand the depth of your journey. It is in these moments of chosen solitude that you reconnect with the universe and listen to the whispers of your own intuition, which are drowned out when you are surrounded by too many voices. You are not missing out on anything out there because you are busy discovering the infinite universe that exists in here, proving that you are not running away from the world, but rather running towards yourself. By safeguarding your energy, you are actually engaging in a high form of spiritual maintenance, ensuring that when you do choose to interact, you can do so with purpose, clarity, and genuine presence. This path you walk is one of the chosen ones, those who understand that the ultimate goal of life is not to be the most popular person in the room, but to be the most whole person in the soul. Consequently, Do not let the guilt of missing out weigh you down, for you are building something far more permanent than a social reputation. You are building a sanctuary within. Embrace this nature, for your ability to be alone is your greatest strength, allowing you to navigate existence with a wisdom that the crowd will never possess. In the end, the crowd offers comfort, but solitude offers truth. By understanding the hidden psychology of withdrawal, you turn what looks like isolation into a powerful tool for spiritual awakening. Trust your path, even if you walk it alone. Support our mission by liking this video and sharing it with others. Subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on notifications to join us for more deep psychological insights. We'll see you in the next video. Carl Jung, you attract everything when you think like this. The Secret of Queens. What you think, you become. What you feel, you attract. What you imagine, you create. This powerful truth, often echoed by visionary minds and deeply explored by Carl Jung, reminds you that your inner world is the architect of your outer reality. In today's video, Carl Jung, you attract everything. When you think like this, the secret of Queens, we're going to uncover the mindset that empowers you to rise with clarity, confidence, and personal sovereignty. As you listen, I encourage you to reflect on your own experiences. Have you ever noticed how your thoughts shape the people, opportunities, and energy that enter your life? Share your answer in the comments below. And if you're ready to step into a mindset worthy of a queen, stay with us, because this may be the shift that changes everything. 1. The queen mindset is inner sovereignty, not ego. The queen mindset is inner sovereignty, not ego. And this distinction is essential to true spirituality and spiritual awakening. You do not attract through affirmations repeated without conviction, through clever strategies, or through chasing what keeps running from you. You attract through who you are, being at the core of your identity. Your inner psychological structure silently broadcasts a frequency, and that frequency determines what enters your life. When your inner world is built on insecurity, scarcity, and the hunger for approval, you unconsciously call in situations that mirror those same patterns. But when your inner world is grounded in self-trust, emotional regulation, and quiet self-respect, life begins to respond differently, not because the world changed, but because you did. Thinking like a queen does not mean acting superior or demanding special treatment. It means being internally whole, grounded, and self-authorized, no longer outsourcing your worth to opinions, relationships, or outcomes. A queen does not seek permission, approval, or validation because she understands that dependence on external reassurance is a subtle form of inner bondage. She does not define herself through who chooses her, praises her, or stays with her. Instead, she chooses herself first. And from that place, every connection becomes an addition, not a lifeline. This is where Carl Jung's insight becomes living truth. When the unconscious rules you, it shapes your fate through patterns of fear, overgiving, and self-abandonment. But when you become conscious of those patterns, you reclaim authorship over your life. A queen's presence defines the room not through dominance, performance, or volume, but through emotional stability, energetic clarity, and unshakable boundaries. People feel it instantly. Some are drawn to it because their soul recognizes safety and strength. Others feel uneasy because her wholeness reflects their unresolved wounds. Yet she does not shrink herself to stay liked, nor does she inflate herself to feel powerful, because her power is already seated within. As your spirituality deepens and your spiritual awakening matures, you begin to notice a shift in what you tolerate, what you pursue, and what you attract. You stop mistaking intensity for intimacy. You stop confusing attachment with love. You stop pursuing what requires you to betray your nervous system or your values to be accepted. Instead of attracting relationships born from fear of abandonment, you begin to resonate with connections that reflect your inner security. Instead of repeating cycles that reinforce your doubt, you encounter opportunities that confirm your growth. This is not magic in the superficial sense. It is the natural law of alignment. Your self-talk becomes quieter but stronger. Your standards become softer yet firmer. Your choices no longer scream for validation. They move with certainty. And in this state, life rearranges itself in subtle but undeniable ways. Not because you chased it harder, but because you became the kind of woman who no longer chases what cannot meet her in truth. 2. Wholeness is the true source of magnetism. Wholeness is the true source of magnetism, not because it is poetic, but because it is the natural outcome of a human being who finally stops abandoning pieces of themselves. And as Carl Jung said, true attraction comes when the ego and shadow are integrated, reminding you that the moment you stop suppressing your fears, desires, insecurities, and unspoken truths, your energy stops leaking and starts gathering into one coherent field of presence that people instinctively feel. You become someone who no longer radiates tension or fragmented signals, because inner conflict is the number one force that weakens your aura. And when your ego tries to present a polished image, while your shadow holds the things you judge, hide, or deny, you create an energetic split that others can sense even if they cannot explain it. But when you have the courage to meet your shadow, the parts of you that feel too much, want too much, fear too much, or have been told they are wrong, you allow your entire being to come into alignment, and that alignment is the essence of true magnetism. This is why people who embody deep spirituality and spiritual development can walk into a room quietly and still change the atmosphere, not because they are performing with confidence, but because they are no longer fighting themselves on the inside. They do not need to chase approval or manipulate perception. Their presence speaks before they do. Their energy feels steady, grounded, and emotionally clean. When the ego is no longer pretending and the shadow is no longer exiled, the whole inner system relaxes. Your nervous system becomes calm. Your eyes soften. Your intuition sharpens. Your voice becomes naturally assured. And this effortless coherence is what people are drawn to, a kind of psychological gravity created not by trying to be more, but by allowing yourself to be whole. You also begin to attract differently. When you are fragmented, you attract fragmentation, unstable relationships, inconsistent people, situations that mirror your own inner chaos. But when you integrate your fear, your anger, your ambitions, your vulnerability, and your strengths, you begin attracting from a place of clarity rather than desperation. You no longer want people to complete you. You want them to meet you. You no longer beg for emotional crumbs. You choose resonance. And while the world teaches you to perfect your image, spirituality teaches you to perfect your inner truth, because a polished mask without inner alignment has no magnetism, but a coherent soul does. This coherence is what creates the presence of a queen. A queen is not someone who demands attention. She commands it through alignment. Her boundaries are calm, not loud. Her energy is warm, but not needy. Her silence carries meaning. Her presence feels like someone who has walked through her own darkness and made peace with it instead of hiding it. And this is the spiritual development that Jung hinted at. The shift from being controlled by the unconscious to becoming aware of it, integrating it, and leading your life from inner unity rather than inner division. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, he warned, reminding you that what you reject internally becomes what you chase externally. The deeper truth is that attraction is not something you perform. It is something you embody when nothing inside you is at war. When your energy is not leaking into fears, pretenses, and self-judgment, it becomes focused, grounded, magnetic. When you stop running from the parts of you that hurt, the parts of you that feel, and the parts of you that want, you step into a power that is not manufactured, it is remembered. And when you become whole, you attract whole experiences, whole relationships, and whole opportunities that reflect the person you have allowed yourself to become. Comment below, I choose wholeness, if you're ready to activate your true magnetism and attract from within. 3. Most people repel abundance through unconscious fear. Most people unknowingly push abundance away, not because they lack potential, but because deep inside they carry an unconscious fear of being seen. And you may feel this in the subtle ways you shrink, hesitate, or silence yourself whenever life tries to expand you. This fear rarely announces itself directly. Instead, it hides beneath old childhood conditioning that taught you to stay small, avoid attention, and never take up too much space, as if visibility were something dangerous rather than natural. You may not realize it, but the fear of being seen, the fear of taking up space, and the fear of rejection often become the invisible chains that keep you waiting to be chosen, waiting for someone else to grant you permission to step into the light. And this is exactly what Carl Jung referred to when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." When you carry these fears into adulthood, your energy becomes conflicted. You say you want abundance, but a quiet part of you is terrified that success will bring judgment, that growth will bring abandonment, or that visibility will expose you as unworthy. So you end up sending the universe a mixed signal, one hand reaching forward while the other pulls you back. This contradiction is what spiritual wisdom teaches us to dissolve, because your outer reality always mirrors the truth of your inner world. You may remember being praised in childhood for being agreeable, quiet, or easy to manage rather than bold, expressive, and authentic. And your nervous system learned that safety comes from shrinking, not shining. So now, whenever you think about asking for more, raising your standards, or stepping into a bigger version of yourself, your body responds with old memories of criticism, punishment, or emotional withdrawal, and you hesitate before you even begin. This is how a woman who is powerful at her core becomes conditioned to wait, waiting for reassurance, waiting for approval, waiting for someone to choose her and confirm that she deserves what she desires. But this waiting energy does not attract abundance. It repels it. Abundance responds to the energy of ownership, not passivity, because life expands for the person who expands themselves and contracts for the person who hides. Jung's process of individuation calls you out of this old, childlike posture and into a sovereign one, the posture of a woman who recognizes her inner authority and gives herself the permission she once waited for others to provide. And this is where everything changes, because a queen chooses herself first. Choosing yourself is not ego. It is integrity. It means refusing to apologize for your desires, your brilliance, or your presence. It means no longer making yourself small to soothe other people's insecurities. It means allowing yourself to take up the space that life already intended for you. Great teachers echo this truth across cultures. The ancient proverb reminds us that, as you think in your heart, so are you. And Rumi's words whisper, you were born with wings. Why prefer to crawl through life? These teachings align beautifully with the spiritual wisdom of Carl Jung. When you stop waiting to be chosen and start choosing yourself, your energy rises into its rightful place. An abundance, which has always been circling you, finally finds a place to land. Life rearranges itself around the woman who refuses to reject herself. When you honor your worth, when you embrace visibility, when you allow yourself to exist fully without shrinking, you stop repelling abundance and begin magnetizing it effortlessly. 4. Individuation is the path from insecure to magnetic. Individuation is the inner journey that transforms insecurity into magnetism. And Carl Jung showed that this transformation begins the moment you stop living as a reactor to life and start rising as a creator of your reality. Because when you shift from reacting to everything around you to consciously shaping your thoughts, feelings, and responses, you reclaim your power, and your energy stops leaking into fear, doubt, or the need to be validated. Jung often said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And this truth becomes the foundation of spirituality and spiritual awakening. For the moment you begin to understand yourself as the one who creates direction rather than the one who merely survives circumstance, the entire structure of your inner world changes. Your decisions become intentional instead of emotional reflexes. Your boundaries become clearer, and your mind becomes steady enough to influence the energy around you rather than being shaped by it. This evolution deepens when you move from living as an object to living as a subject, because as long as you see yourself through other people's eyes, you become trapped in their projections, their opinions, and their expectations, shrinking or performing depending on who is watching. But when you rise as the subject, you stop handing out your self-worth for others to measure. You stand in your own perception, and your emotions shift from being evidence of weakness to becoming messages of truth that guide you toward alignment. And when this shift takes root, something profound happens. Your nervous system calms, your voice stabilizes, your posture changes, and without forcing anything, people begin to feel your presence in a new way. Not because you are demanding attention, but because your energy is finally centered within you instead of chasing approval outside of you. This leads into the most powerful transformation Jung emphasized: the movement from seeking approval to living from inner authority, because approval seeking keeps you in a constant loop of emotional negotiation, adjusting your behavior to stay liked, accepted, or safe, while inner authority comes alive the moment you start trusting your own instincts, your own timing, and your own inner voice, even when it doesn't please others. And this is the moment your soul stops asking permission to exist. Jung understood that true maturity begins when you can stand alone without collapsing into loneliness. For spiritual awakening often requires you to release old identities, outdated relationships, and the versions of yourself that survived by self-abandoning. Yet as those layers fall away, a quiet magnetism rises within you, one that doesn't chase connections, success, or validation, but naturally draws them toward you through the coherence of your thoughts, your actions, and your presence. This is the secret of queens. They attract not because they try, but because they embody alignment. They speak with clarity because their inner world is no longer in conflict. They walk with confidence because they are rooted in who they are instead of who others want them to be. And as your thinking becomes more grounded, intentional, and self-directed, your entire energetic field shifts. Your desires gain weight, your intentions gain direction, and your presence gains the kind of quiet power that life responds to effortlessly. In this integrated state, you no longer merely want a better life. You become the version of yourself capable of receiving it, and your outer world slowly rearranges itself to match the inner wholeness you have been building. Do you believe this? If so, affirm it in the comments. I am becoming whole, and my energy is magnetic. 5. You attract what matches your inner state. You attract what matches your inner state, whether you are aware of it or not. And this truth quietly shapes every relationship you experience. When there is inner chaos, chaotic relationships naturally appear full of emotional turbulence, misunderstandings, instability, and repeated conflict, because disorder inside always seeks a familiar reflection outside. When there is inner lack, relationships turn into needy dynamics, where you chase affection, overextend yourself, tolerate inconsistency, and settle for crumbs of attention, all because a hidden belief tells you that you must struggle to be chosen. But when there is inner wholeness, something fundamentally changes. You no longer attract chaos or desperation. You attract respect, emotional safety, and resonant connections that feel balanced and mutual rather than draining. You do not attract what you want. You attract what you are. And that reality can be uncomfortable because it places responsibility back into your own hands. If you carry unresolved fear, you will meet partners who trigger insecurity. If you carry unhealed wounds, you will magnetize situations that press on those wounds again and again until you finally address them. If you secretly doubt your own worth, you will unconsciously invite people who reflect that doubt through neglect, disrespect, or emotional distance. This is not punishment, it is feedback. Your life is constantly giving you information about where your inner world still needs attention. This is where spirituality and spiritual development stop being abstract ideas and become lived daily practice, because every interaction becomes a mirror, asking you to look inward rather than outward for the true cause. When inner wholeness begins to take root, your energy shifts without effort. You stop explaining your boundaries. You stop chasing attention. You stop accepting behavior that feels misaligned with your values. You no longer build relationships from fear of loss, but from a quiet sense of inner stability. People respond to that stability. They feel it in how you speak, in what you tolerate, in what you walk away from, and in what you choose to engage with. Respect no longer feels rare because you are no longer broadcasting. Resonant connections appear not as a reward, but as a natural consequence of alignment. The relationships that remain are not based on anxiety or emotional bargaining, but on shared values, mutual presence, and grounded affection. As your spiritual development deepens, you begin to notice patterns with clarity rather than confusion. You see how every relationship reflects a belief you once held about yourself. You recognize that your nervous system, not just your desires, shapes who you feel drawn to. You realize that healing is not about becoming perfect, it is about becoming honest. And in that honesty, you slowly release the need to be chosen, validated, or rescued. You begin choosing yourself instead. From that place, everything outside starts to reorganize. Chaos fades because it no longer finds a home within you. Neediness dissolves because you no longer believe you are empty. Wholeness expands because you finally understand that what you were seeking in others was something you were meant to cultivate inside first. 6. Presence is more powerful than effort. Fear is always asking the same anxious question: what if I'm rejected? While presence answers with quiet, unshakable certainty, I am here. And it is this silent confidence that changes rooms, relationships, and opportunities without force or struggle. Because true influence is not born from trying harder, but from standing more fully in who you are. And this is where spiritual wisdom becomes practical rather than abstract, as Carl Jung revealed when he taught that what remains unconscious will quietly rule your life as fate, meaning that when you are not present, your fears lead, but when you are present, your truth leads. And people do not meet your effort. They meet your state of being long before they hear your words. When you walk into a space trying to prove yourself, that tension is felt. But when you enter, simply grounded and aware, something in the atmosphere shifts. Because presence carries authority without aggression and strength without defense. And as Maya Angelou so perfectly expressed, people may forget what you say, but they never forget how you made them feel. And presence is what creates that unforgettable feeling, because it is not performance, it is embodiment. And when you no longer seek permission to exist as you are, the world begins to rearrange itself around your stability rather than your striving. Effort often reveals insecurity, while presence reveals coherence. And that difference is everything, because chasing approval places your worth outside of you, but presence reclaims it from within. And this is why Carl Jung insisted that wholeness begins when you stop fighting parts of yourself and start integrating them. Because the moment you no longer need validation to feel complete, you become magnetic without trying. And the question quietly shifts from, will they accept me? To, do I accept myself right now? And that inner answer is what others respond to, whether they realize it consciously or not. Presence also transforms rejection itself, because when your identity is rooted in awareness instead of approval, rejection no longer defines you. It simply redirects you. And this is the hidden power of saying, I am here, without explanation or justification, because it establishes a boundary of self-respect that does not argue or beg. It simply exists, and that existence speaks more loudly than any attempt to persuade, impress, or control. Which is why the most powerful people in any room are almost never the loudest. They are the most anchored. The secret of queens is not domination, noise, or visibility, but stability, dignity, and calm gravity. Because true royalty is an inner posture, not an outer display. And when you embody presence, your relationships change because you no longer approach others from lack. Your opportunities shift because you no longer vibrate desperation, and your path becomes clearer because you are no longer running from yourself. And as ancient teachings from east to west remind us, when you let go of who you think you must be, you begin to become who you truly are. The greatest transformation happens the moment you stop asking, "What if I fail?" and gently rest in, "I am here." Because that statement does not demand certainty about the future. It only demands truth in the present. And from that truth, attraction flows naturally, not as manipulation, but as alignment. And this is the heart of Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom in real life. When you become consciously present, life no longer feels like a battle you must win, but a rhythm you finally begin to move with. If this message resonated with you, like the video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss content like this. And if you're ready to embody true presence, type in the comments, "I choose to be fully present." 7. Shadow integration unlocks real power. Your anger, ambition, grief, and intensity are not flaws to be erased, but powerful forces waiting to be understood. And in the journey of spirituality and spiritual awakening, this realization becomes a turning point where you stop running from yourself and start standing in your truth. For so long, you may have been taught to suppress what feels too much, to quiet your fire in order to appear peaceful. Yet, as Carl Jung warned, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. When you deny your anger, it does not disappear. It simply finds hidden ways to control your reactions. When you reject your ambition, it turns into self-sabotage. When you bury your grief, it hardens into emotional distance. But the moment you acknowledge these forces without fear or shame, they begin to transform from inner enemies into sources of strength, clarity, and drive. A queen is both gentle and fierce, and this balance is not a fantasy, but a psychological necessity. If you only allow yourself to be gentle, you become easily overrun by the needs and demands of others. If you only live in fierceness, you risk becoming rigid, cold, and isolated. True power is born in the union of these qualities, where softness does not mean weakness, and strength does not require cruelty. When you integrate your shadow, your anger teaches you where your boundaries have been crossed. Your ambition reveals where your soul longs to expand. Your grief shows the depth of your capacity to love, and your intensity becomes the fuel that keeps you unwavering on your path. What once created chaos within you begins to form a disciplined inner fire that no longer lashes out blindly, but moves with precision and purpose. Shadow integration does not mean indulging every impulse. It means understanding what each impulse is trying to tell you. When you stop pretending that you are always calm, forgiving, and detached, you reclaim the energy that was being wasted on denial. Instead of exploding at the wrong time or shrinking when you should stand tall, you begin to respond consciously. This is what Jung meant when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." When your shadow remains unseen, it silently shapes your relationships, your choices, and even your sense of self-worth. When you bring it into awareness, you regain authorship over your own life. As this inner integration deepens, your outer world begins to shift in subtle but undeniable ways. You stop chasing validation because you are no longer at war with yourself. Your presence changes because it is no longer fragmented. There is a quiet authority in the way you speak, in the way you listen, in the way you choose. People feel the difference even if they cannot explain it. This is the magnetism that comes not from charm or performance, but from wholeness. You are no longer trying to be only light or only strong. You are anchored in the full spectrum of who you are. In relationships, this integration alters everything. You stop confusing attachment with love and control with security. A queen does not beg to be chosen, nor does she harden her heart out of fear. She stands in self-respect and allows only what resonates with her truth to remain. Your boundaries become clear without being harsh, and your compassion becomes deep without being self-sacrificing. The more you stand in this balanced power, the less you tolerate dynamics that drain your life force, and the more you naturally attract connections that honor your depth instead of exploiting it. This is why shadow integration unlocks real power. It ends the inner civil war, where parts of you were fighting for dominance or survival. When anger, ambition, grief, and intensity are seen, honored, and guided, they no longer sabotage your life from the shadows. They become disciplined allies that sharpen your intuition, strengthen your discernment, and anchor your sovereignty. In this state of inner union, you no longer attract from fear, lack, or fragmentation, but from coherence, self-trust, and embodied authority. And that is the essence of becoming both gentle and fierce at once. 8. True love comes from fullness, not rescue. True love comes from fullness, not rescue. And this single truth quietly redefines everything you once believed about love, attachment, and attraction. Because the moment you stop trying to save others, you begin to save yourself from the slow erosion of self-worth that comes from overgiving, overfunctioning, and over-explaining your value. A queen does not save people, not because she lacks compassion, but because she understands that every soul must carry its own lessons. And when you interfere with someone's pain, you also interfere with their growth. You may think you are offering love, but often you are only postponing their awakening while draining your own energy. Real love does not rescue. It respects the journey. And this shift alone is a profound step in spirituality and spiritual development, where you learn the sacred difference between support and sacrifice. A queen does not interfere with lessons because she trusts the intelligence of life itself. She understands that discomfort is not cruelty, failure is not punishment, and loss is not abandonment, but precise tools through which consciousness sharpens itself. When you stop intervening, you stop entangling your destiny with outcomes that were never yours to control. You free yourself from emotional overinvestment, from anxious attachment, from the illusion that love must be proven through suffering. This is where your inner authority is born, not from dominance, but from deep self-regulation. And as Carl Jung taught, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Which is why many people repeatedly rescue broken partners without realizing they are unconsciously trying to heal their own unresolved wounds through others. A queen does not shrink to keep others comfortable, because shrinking is a betrayal of self dressed up as kindness. Dimming your light to protect fragile egos does not preserve harmony. It silently creates resentment, imbalance, and emotional distortion. When you make yourself smaller to be loved, you teach the world that your true size is negotiable. A queen refuses this negotiation entirely. She does not harden her heart, but she also does not bend her identity for acceptance. She allows discomfort to exist in others without assuming it is her responsibility to fix it. And in doing so, she mirrors sovereignty, not dependency. This mirror is uncomfortable for those who live on external validation, but it is liberating for those ready to stand in their own center. When you stop rescuing, stop interfering, and stop shrinking, your entire relationship to attraction shifts. You no longer pull people through need, longing, or emotional hunger, but through coherence, stability, and depth. What you attract begins to match what you are, not what you lack. You stop drawing dependent connections because you no longer vibrate from dependency. You stop attracting emotional chaos because your nervous system is no longer addicted to intensity as proof of love. You stop confusing attachment with devotion and struggle with passion. This is the silent recalibration where spirituality moves from theory into embodiment, and spiritual development becomes visible not in words, but in boundaries, nervous system calm, and the quality of people who can now reach you. The message that remains is precise and uncompromising. Stop saving those who must save themselves. Allow lessons to complete their work without interference. Refuse to shrink your truth to preserve false peace. Choose fullness over rescue, sovereignty over dependency, and self-respect over emotional bargaining. Because the love that arrives through wholeness will never require you to abandon yourself in exchange for belonging. If this message on true love and inner fullness resonated with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's continue growing in spiritual wisdom together. 9. The crown is remembered, not earned. Wholeness is not something you manufacture through effort, status, or the approval of others. It is something you reveal by remembering who you were before fear taught you to shrink. The crown was never meant to be earned through exhaustion or performance. It already existed within you as your original self, untouched by rejection, conditioning, or emotional wounds. Attraction begins to shift the moment you stop begging the world to validate you and instead return to your inner sovereignty, because what you truly attract is not controlled by what you chase, but by who you choose to be. As Carl Jung wisely said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And this is the essence of spiritual wisdom. It reminds you that your power does not come from becoming someone else, but from uncovering the truth of who you already are beneath the layers of fear and adaptation. When you live disconnected from this inner wholeness, you unconsciously search for power outside yourself, hoping that love, success, attention, or status will finally make you feel complete. Yet this endless seeking only reinforces the illusion that you are missing something. Carl Jung also warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this reveals why so many people feel trapped in repeating cycles of disappointment. They are not being punished by destiny. They are being guided by unhealed beliefs about their own worth. The moment you begin to remember who you are, you stop negotiating your value. You stop shrinking your truth to be accepted, and you stop chasing connections that require you to abandon yourself. Instead, you begin to move differently, speak differently, choose differently, not out of arrogance, but from quiet inner authority. And this shift alone transforms what you naturally attract. The secret of queens is not domination, perfection, or control. It is self-remembrance. A queen does not attract through force. She attracts through alignment. When you live from your inner truth, your energy becomes coherent, steady, and authentic. And people, opportunities, and experiences respond to that frequency without you having to convince anyone of your worth. You no longer chase recognition because your identity is rooted in self-recognition. You no longer beg for love because your presence is grounded in self-respect. This is the moment when attraction becomes effortless, because it is no longer driven by lack, but by fullness. Spiritual wisdom teaches that everything changes when you live from internal truth rather than external approval. And Carl Jung's teachings consistently point to this same truth. What you seek outside is always a reflection of what you have yet to integrate within. When you remember your crown, you stop performing for the world and start embodying your truth. And from that place of wholeness, life responds, not because you demanded it to, but because your inner world has finally come into alignment with your outer reality. In the end, Carl Jung reminds us that the world does not respond to what we want. It responds to what we are. When you master your inner dialogue, self-worth, emotional discipline, and identity, you no longer chase outcomes. You naturally attract them. This is the true secret of queens. They do not beg for validation. They become the standard. When you shift your inner state, your reality reshapes itself to match your mind. If this message resonated with your soul, don't forget to share it with someone who needs this awakening. Subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our future videos on psychological mastery and spiritual power. The dangerous truth about the rarest personality type on Earth. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung once said, and yet, for the rarest personality type on Earth, this journey can be both a gift and a quiet burden. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we're uncovering the dangerous truth behind this rare psychological makeup. Why deep insight, sensitivity, and inner depth can feel isolating in a world that rewards conformity, and how this very difference holds the key to profound personal growth and lasting happiness. As you listen, ask yourself, have you ever felt misunderstood because you see the world too deeply? Share your thoughts in the comments and stay with us as we explore how understanding this truth can help you live more consciously, authentically, and peacefully in your everyday life. 1. This is an extremely bizarre personality type and is dangerous to a society in a state of slumber. This personality type is considered extremely rare and deeply unsettling to a society that prefers comfort over consciousness, not because these individuals seek conflict, but because their very way of perceiving reality exposes what most people unconsciously avoid. Carl Jung described them as a quiet threat to the status quo due to their highly differentiated consciousness, a level of inner awareness that allows them to see human nature without illusion, to recognize social masks for what they are, and to detect the subtle agreements people make with themselves to remain asleep. While others move through life guided by habit and external validation, these individuals are inwardly oriented, observing patterns beneath behavior, sensing contradictions between words and intentions, and feeling an almost instinctive resistance to collective falsehoods that are treated as normal. From an early age, they often experience a profound sense of dislocation, as if they were placed into a world that operates on a frequency slightly misaligned with their own. This sense of not belonging is not rooted in superiority or rejection of others, but in an acute sensitivity that makes the emotional atmosphere of society feel overwhelming and incoherent. They don't merely notice emotions, they absorb them, often experiencing other people's feelings as a direct internal wave rather than distant information. This heightened receptivity can feel like a burden, especially in environments saturated with noise, competition, and unspoken tension, leaving them drained by interactions that others consider harmless or even energizing. Because they naturally question surface-level explanations, these individuals are frequently labeled by social systems as problematic. Schools, families, and institutions built on conformity tend to view depth as disruption, so they are told they are too intense when they seek meaning, too sensitive when they react to cruelty or dishonesty, and too dangerous when they refuse to accept shallow answers. Over time, these repeated messages can create inner conflict, pushing them to doubt their own perception and suppress their natural instincts in order to survive socially. Yet suppression rarely succeeds for long, because their consciousness is not designed for denial. It is designed for insight. What truly alienates them is not people themselves, but the pervasive superficiality and hypocrisy embedded in modern life. They sense how materialism is often used to numb deeper existential discomfort, how politeness can conceal indifference, and how success is frequently measured by appearance rather than inner coherence. This awareness makes participation in everyday social rituals feel hollow, even threatening, because pretending requires a fragmentation of the self that they instinctively resist. As a result, they may withdraw, not out of fear of connection, but out of a need to preserve inner integrity. This is where spirituality becomes less of a choice and more of a necessity. For such individuals, spirituality is not escapism, but grounding, a way to process the intensity of perception and to contextualize suffering, sensitivity, and solitude within a larger framework of meaning. Their path towards spiritual awakening often begins with confusion and discomfort, followed by disillusionment with societal narratives, and eventually unfolds into clarity. They start to recognize that their difference is not a flaw, but an evolutionary function, a form of consciousness meant to observe, integrate, and illuminate rather than conform. In this sense, what society unconsciously fears is not their presence, but their potential influence. A person who sees clearly cannot be easily manipulated, distracted, or reduced to roles imposed by others. Without preaching or rebelling, they challenge collective sleep simply by existing authentically, embodying a depth that reveals how much of modern life is built on avoidance. Their danger lies not in aggression, but in awareness, because awareness quietly dissolves illusions, and illusions are what keep a sleeping society intact. Do you recognize this truth within yourself? If this message resonates with you, declare it boldly in the comments. I am awake, aware, and unafraid to challenge a sleeping world. 2. This abnormality is not a disease, but a sign of psychological evolution. What Jung calls this so-called abnormality is not an illness to be cured or a defect to be corrected, but a clear sign that the psyche has begun to evolve beyond the ordinary level of awareness. Because when your inner consciousness expands faster than the collective mindset around you, a sense of distance naturally arises between who you are becoming and the social world that once felt familiar. Jung emphasizes that this feeling of social alienation is often misunderstood and mislabeled as depression or social anxiety, when in reality, it reflects a consciousness that has transcended habitual patterns of thinking and emotional reactivity, placing you in a psychological position where surface-level interactions no longer satisfy you, and unconscious social routines begin to feel strangely hollow. As this shift unfolds, you may notice that being around many people feels draining rather than energizing, not because you dislike others, but because your awareness has grown more sensitive to emotional noise, inconsistency, and lack of authenticity. Conversations that revolve around gossip, status, or repetition may leave you feeling empty, and the pressure to conform can feel exhausting rather than comforting, which Jung saw not as a failure to adapt, but as evidence that your inner life has become more complex and inwardly structured. This stage, however, comes with a heavy price, because expanded awareness without understanding can quickly turn into loneliness, mental fatigue, and a sense of disorientation, especially when you have not yet learned how to ground yourself in your own inner values and psychological discipline. Jung warned that higher consciousness exposes what lies beneath the surface, bringing unresolved fears, emotional wounds, and unconscious contradictions into awareness, which can feel overwhelming if you expect growth to be purely uplifting. As he suggested, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. And this confrontation with the inner shadow is often the most difficult part of the process, because it strips away comforting illusions and forces you to see yourself honestly. This is why many people at this stage feel tired not from physical effort, but from constant inner reflection and emotional depth, processing layers of meaning that others rarely pause to examine. Without self-knowledge, this heightened state can feel like being lost without direction, as if your mind is too active and your emotions too intense to find stability. Yet Jung made it clear that the danger lies not in awareness itself, but in the failure to integrate it. When consciousness expands without grounding, a person may drift into isolation, self-doubt, or confusion, mistaking growth for damage and retreating from life instead of learning how to engage it consciously. With understanding, however, this same awareness becomes a source of clarity and inner strength, allowing you to move through the world with discernment rather than withdrawal. This is where spirituality becomes practical rather than abstract, because spiritual development, in Jung's view, is not about escaping human experience, but about inhabiting it more fully and responsibly. As you begin to recognize that your sensitivity and solitude are signals of inner growth rather than personal failure, resistance gives way to acceptance, and acceptance opens the door to mastery. Jung believed that individuation often requires a temporary separation from the collective, not as punishment, but as preparation, allowing you to develop an inner compass strong enough to guide your choices without constant external approval. Over time, as this inner structure strengthens, relationships can return in more authentic forms, based on depth and mutual awareness rather than unconscious attachment. The true danger Jung identified is misunderstanding this stage and rejecting yourself for it. Because when expanded consciousness is met with self-judgment, it becomes destructive. But when it is met with responsibility and insight, it matures into wisdom. In this sense, the experience of alienation is not an endpoint, but a threshold, one that invites you to learn self-mastery, to ground spirituality in lived experience, and to transform spiritual development from a painful awakening into a stable, integrated way of being. 3. 8. Core characteristics of this personality. This personality is defined first by emotional depth that goes far beyond ordinary feeling. Because you do not simply experience emotions, you inhabit them, absorb them, and often carry not only your own inner world, but the emotional undercurrents of those around you, sensing moods, tensions, and unspoken pain on a collective level, which gives you extraordinary empathy, yet also makes you vulnerable to emotional overload if you are not careful. Carl Jung once observed that people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. And you feel this truth deeply because your emotional sensitivity constantly brings you face to face with what others try to escape, forcing you to confront reality rather than hide from it. Alongside this emotional depth is a sharp ability to detect falsehoods, not through logic alone, but through an intuitive awareness of inconsistency, allowing you to sense the difference between who someone pretends to be and what their shadow reveals beneath the surface. You notice subtle shifts in tone, energy, and intention. And even when words sound convincing, something inside you quietly alerts you when a story does not align with truth. This is why shallow charm rarely impresses you, and why you may feel unsettled in environments built on appearances rather than authenticity, because your inner compass is tuned to what is real rather than what is socially acceptable. You also possess an uncompromising tendency to question everything, especially beliefs handed down without examination, as you are not satisfied with answers that merely repeat tradition or popular opinion. You keep asking why until meaning emerges, and this relentless inquiry can make others uncomfortable, not because you are confrontational, but because your presence challenges borrowed certainty. Jung believed that thinking is difficult. That's why most people judge. And you instinctively resist judgment in favor of understanding, even when that path feels lonely or demanding. This questioning nature is closely tied to a powerful independence, often expressed through an archetypal need to remain true to yourself at all costs, where solitude feels preferable to connection that requires self-betrayal. You would rather walk alone than compromise your inner integrity, not because you reject others, but because losing your authentic self feels far more painful than temporary isolation. This independence can appear obsessive or extreme from the outside, yet it is rooted in a deep respect for truth and selfhood that refuses to be negotiated away for comfort or approval. Your intuition operates at an unusually high level, processing information unconsciously with remarkable speed, allowing you to anticipate patterns, outcomes, and emotional shifts long before they become visible. You may not always know how you know, but your insights often arrive fully formed, like quiet certainties rather than loud conclusions. And when you ignore them, life has a way of reminding you why they mattered. This intuitive intelligence reflects Carl Jung's insight that the intuitive mind is a sacred gift, and when honored, it becomes a guiding force rather than a source of confusion or anxiety. At the core of this personality lies a profound hunger for meaning, making it impossible for you to thrive in a life that feels empty, artificial, or disconnected from purpose. You cannot survive on routine alone, status alone, or pleasure alone, because your inner world demands significance, coherence, and alignment between values and action. When meaning is absent, you do not merely feel bored. You feel spiritually depleted, as though something essential to your being has been starved. Because of this need for meaning, your life is marked by constant transformation, where periods of growth are often followed by shedding old identities, environments, and relationships that no longer resonate with who you are becoming. You outgrow spaces quickly, not because you are unstable, but because stagnation feels like a slow erosion of the soul. Jung described this process as individuation, the lifelong journey of becoming oneself, and your repeated cycles of change reflect a deep commitment to inner truth rather than external permanence. Perhaps the most misunderstood aspect of this personality is your transformative presence, because simply being yourself can unintentionally trigger discomfort, awakening, or even emotional pain in others. You reflect people back to themselves, exposing contradictions, suppressed emotions, and unresolved wounds. And while some find healing through this mirror, others experience it as threat or intrusion. This is not because you seek to change anyone, but because your authenticity makes denial harder to maintain, reminding others of parts of themselves they have avoided. As we uncover the 8 core characteristics of this rare personality, take a moment to reflect on how deeply this truth resonates with you. If you feel this wisdom awakening something within, affirm it in the comments by writing, "I recognize the depth of who I am." 4. Why are they dangerous? 3 destructive shadows. When individuals of this rare personality type fail to integrate their shadow, their greatest gift quietly turns against them, revealing itself through 3 destructive inner patterns that often unfold without conscious awareness. The first is the shadow of inflation, which arises almost automatically because these individuals perceive far more than most people do. They notice subtle emotional shifts, hidden motives, unspoken tensions, and long-term patterns that others overlook. And over time, this heightened perception can create an invisible sense of elevation. It does not begin as arrogance, but as certainty that one sees more clearly, understands more deeply, and operates on a level others cannot reach. In the language of spirituality, this can feel like insight or awakening. Yet without grounding, it slowly hardens into psychological distance. As Carl Jung warned, the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely, because inflation allows insight without self-confrontation. When perception is not balanced by humility, the individual may unconsciously withdraw from others, feeling misunderstood, superior, or alone, while those around them sense judgment or emotional coldness. This shadow is dangerous because it transforms awareness into identity, turning sensitivity into separation and wisdom into isolation. Closely connected to inflation is the shadow of martyrdom, which often develops when deep perception meets unguarded compassion. Because these individuals sense pain quickly and accurately, they feel compelled to relieve it, believing it is their responsibility to heal, guide, or rescue others. They give their time, energy, emotional presence, and understanding far beyond healthy limits, often without being asked and without receiving reciprocity. On the surface, this looks like kindness, service, or moral strength. But underneath it hides exhaustion, suppressed resentment, and a subtle need to be needed. In spirituality and spiritual awakening, martyrdom is especially seductive because sacrifice is often praised. Yet Jung reminded us that neurosis is always a substitute for legitimate suffering. When sacrifice replaces self-honesty, the individual avoids their own unmet needs by carrying the weight of others. Over time, the body and psyche rebel through burnout, emotional numbness, or bitterness, and the person who once wanted to save the world feels quietly depleted by it. The third destructive pattern is the shadow of paralysis, which emerges when insight becomes excessive and action becomes delayed. These individuals tend to analyze everything: their emotions, their motives, other people's reactions, future outcomes, and potential risks until life itself becomes a mental process rather than a lived experience. They remain trapped in reflection, waiting for certainty that never arrives, mistaking constant understanding for progress. This shadow is particularly powerful during spiritual awakening, when awareness expands faster than embodiment. The mind becomes a refuge, but also a prison, as choices are postponed, opportunities pass, and inner knowing remains theoretical rather than lived. Jung's observation that thinking is difficult, that's why most people judge, takes a darker turn here. Overthinking becomes a way to avoid movement, vulnerability, and responsibility. The danger of paralysis lies not in inaction alone, but in the slow erosion of confidence and vitality as life is endlessly contemplated instead of engaged. What makes these shadows truly destructive is how seamlessly they reinforce one another. Inflation separates the individual from others. Martyrdom drains their energy in the name of connection, and paralysis prevents them from building a grounded, embodied life of their own. Together, they keep the individual suspended between insight and exhaustion, awareness and stagnation. In the deeper work of spirituality, integration means allowing perception to serve compassion rather than superiority, allowing compassion to exist with boundaries rather than self-erasure, and allowing understanding to move into action rather than endless contemplation. Without this integration, the rarest personality type does not become powerful. It becomes fragile, burdened by gifts that were never meant to be carried alone. If this resonates with you, leave a comment below. I am brave enough to face my shadow. Let that be your marker of growth as we continue this journey into deeper psychological and spiritual wisdom. 5. Their true role in the world. Jung understood their true role in the world as something both necessary and unsettling, because he did not see them as accidental outsiders or misunderstood idealists, but as what he powerfully called the immune system of collective consciousness. In his view, you emerge at moments when society drifts into unconsciousness, when systems harden, empathy fades, and human beings begin to function more like mechanisms than living souls. You are not here to blend smoothly into such conditions, because your inner structure reacts to imbalance the way a body reacts to disease. You sense when something is wrong long before it becomes visible, and that sensitivity places you in direct tension with environments that prefer comfort over truth. This is why your presence often feels disruptive, not because you intend to provoke, but because awareness itself exposes what has been ignored for too long. Jung believed you were never meant to live easily, because an easy life would require you to numb the very awareness that defines you. Instead, you were meant to live meaningfully, and meaning, by its nature, demands engagement with difficulty. Living meaningfully means asking questions that others avoid, questions about power, morality, identity, and purpose, questions that unsettle routines and challenge collective agreements built on convenience rather than conscience. When you ask these questions, you are often met with resistance, dismissal, or misunderstanding, not because the questions lack value, but because they threaten the stability of unconscious systems. In this way, your life becomes a quiet confrontation with complacency, where simply staying honest to your inner compass already feels radical. As society becomes more rigid and inhumane, you feel this pressure more intensely, because your inner world remains sensitive to suffering, contradiction, and falsehood. You cannot easily accept shallow definitions of success, relationships based on utility, or values that ignore inner life. And this refusal is not rebellion for its own sake, but a natural consequence of your psychological depth. Jung recognized that this depth almost inevitably draws you towards spirituality, not as a belief system to escape reality, but as a framework to endure it without losing yourself. Spirituality, for you, becomes a grounding force that helps you integrate insight, pain, and responsibility into something coherent rather than overwhelming. Without genuine spiritual development, Jung warned that individuals like you risk becoming fragmented, cynical, or exhausted by the weight of what they perceive. Awareness without integration leads to burnout, but awareness supported by spiritual development becomes wisdom. Through inner work, reflection, and ethical self-examination. You learn to hold contradictions without collapsing, to see darkness without becoming consumed by it, and to remain humane in environments that reward detachment. This is not a passive process. It is an ongoing discipline that shapes your character from the inside out, allowing you to carry insight without arrogance and compassion without self-sacrifice. Your role, then, is not to dominate society or impose truth, but to function as a signal and a corrective presence. Jung saw you as a bridge between what is and what could be, someone whose very existence challenges stagnation simply by embodying awareness, integrity, and depth. This role often feels lonely because it places you at the edge of collective norms, yet it is also profoundly purposeful. Many of the most meaningful shifts in human consciousness did not begin with mass movements, but with individuals who quietly refused to betray their inner truth, even when doing so came at a personal cost. When individuals like you suppress this role in order to fit in, Jung believed society loses a crucial balancing force and becomes more vulnerable to cruelty and unconscious repetition. But when you accept your nature, even without recognition or reward, you contribute to collective healing in subtle but essential ways. Your struggles are not evidence of failure. They are signs that you are engaging with life at a deeper level than comfort alone would allow. The core lesson is not to seek validation from a world that resists awareness, but to understand that your questioning nature is meaningful, that your sensitivity has purpose, and that committing to spirituality and spiritual development is not optional for you, but necessary to transform insight into wisdom and difficulty into contribution. 6. The final evolutionary step: fully accepting their true nature. The final evolutionary step for the rarest personality type is not about becoming more acceptable, more agreeable, or more easily understood by the world, but about fully accepting your true nature without dilution or apology, which means you stop dimming your light to protect other people's comfort and stop translating the depth of your soul into shallow language just to avoid being seen as too much. When you do this for too long, something subtle but dangerous happens. You begin to live automatically, moving through life on habit rather than intention, performing versions of yourself that are socially rewarded but spiritually empty. As Carl Jung warned, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. And for rare personalities, this avoidance often takes the form of self-betrayal disguised as adaptation, where you tell yourself you are being flexible, mature, or humble, while in reality, you are slowly disconnecting from your inner truth and losing the vitality that once made you feel alive. This is why the work at this stage is not self-improvement, but self-alignment, because your task is no longer to adjust yourself to the environment, but to consciously choose environments that do not require you to shrink. Finding the right community becomes essential, not as a source of validation, but as a space where your depth does not need to be defended or explained. The right people do not drain your energy by demanding constant translation of your inner world. Instead, they create a quiet sense of recognition that allows you to speak from your core without fear. Without this, even the strongest inner light becomes exhausted, because depth cannot survive long in places that only value speed, surface, and performance. And as the saying goes, a diamond does not shine in a room that only appreciates glass. Equally important is learning to protect your energy, because sensitivity at this level is not fragility, it is precision. Every environment, conversation, and obligation either strengthens your inner coherence or fractures it. And when you ignore this, you begin to confuse constant tension with normal life. Energy protection does not mean withdrawal from the world, but discernment within it, knowing when to engage and when to step back, when to speak, and when silence preserves your power. Jung himself observed, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important." And this kind of loneliness often arises not from isolation, but from overexposure to spaces that cannot meet you where you are. At this stage, acceptance must become practical, because inner insight without real-world expression turns into restlessness rather than wisdom. Realizing a practical vision means giving your depth a form it can live through, whether that is creative work, teaching, service, leadership, or a disciplined personal practice that anchors your intuition in action. When you stop going automatic with yourself and begin acting from conscious intention, your life starts to feel internally unified rather than fragmented. And confidence emerges not from external approval, but from inner consistency. This is where spiritual wisdom becomes embodied rather than theoretical, where knowing who you are finally aligns with how you live, and where the rarest personality type becomes dangerous, not because it seeks power, but because it no longer abandons itself to survive. In conclusion, the dangerous truth about the rarest personality type is not that they are broken or disconnected from the world, but that they see too deeply, feel too intensely, and live too consciously for a society built on noise and surface-level thinking. As Carl Jung taught, true individuality often comes with isolation, inner tension, and the responsibility to live in alignment with one's authentic self rather than external expectations. If this message resonated with you, it may be a reminder that your depth is not a flaw, but a calling to cultivate self-awareness, protect your energy, and transform insight into wisdom. If you found value in this reflection, please like this video, share it with someone who may need to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more Jung-inspired insights. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming videos on self-discovery, depth, and inner transformation. The real reason you became a loner, it's not what you think. Loneliness does not come from having no people around one, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to oneself. Carl Jung famously made this distinction, and it may hold the key to why you feel different from the crowd. If you have found yourself pulling away from society lately, it isn't because you are broken, and it isn't simply because you are antisocial. It is often a sign of a profound internal shift, a necessary step toward what Jung called individuation. You are not just isolating, you are incubating. In this video, we are going to uncover the spiritual necessity of your solitude and how to use this time to build a self that is unshakable. Before we begin, if you believe that your solitude is a strength, not a weakness, please like this video and comment, "I am finding myself," below. Let us journey into the wisdom of the introverted soul. 1. Loners are not born. They are conditioned in childhood. Loners are not shaped by personality labels, or simple introversion. They are shaped by repeated emotional neglect in childhood, often so subtle that no one notices it while it is happening. A child does not suddenly decide to withdraw from the world for no reason. The withdrawal slowly forms when emotional needs are overlooked again and again, when feelings are minimized, when questions go unanswered, when attention is inconsistent, and when love feels conditional. In these quiet moments, the child learns a powerful lesson without anyone ever saying it out loud. Needing too much is dangerous, expressing emotions is unsafe, and relying on others leads to disappointment. Over time, the child adapts by turning inward, creating an inner world that feels more stable than the outside one. What looks like independence from the outside is often a nervous system trained to survive without emotional support. This is where the roots of the loner identity truly begin. As this pattern repeats, the child becomes unusually observant and emotionally alert. They begin to read the moods of adults, sense shifts in energy, and adjust their behavior to avoid conflict or rejection. They learn to be quiet, agreeable, and self-reliant, not because it is their nature, but because it is what keeps them emotionally safe. Praise often comes not for authenticity, but for being easy, mature, or low maintenance. Slowly, connection starts to feel unpredictable, while solitude feels controlled and safe. This is why many loners grow into adults who can move through social spaces smoothly while still feeling detached inside. They may be surrounded by people, yet feel emotionally alone. According to Carl Jung's psychological insight, this creates a shadow pattern. The belief that intimacy leads to loss, that vulnerability invites pain, and that the self must always handle life alone. Yet within this shadow also lies hidden spiritual strength, because enduring emotional absence trains the soul to turn inward in search of meaning. This inward turn often opens the door to spirituality and spiritual awakening, not through comfort, but through longing. Many loners discover meaning through silence, reflection, and solitude long before they ever name it as a spiritual path. While others bond through shared activities or external validation, the loner bonds with their inner world. They ask deep questions early in life. They notice the emotional undercurrents others ignore. They become deeply intuitive, sensitive to energy, and aware of invisible emotional dynamics. However, this sensitivity is a double-edged sword. The same awareness that grants depth also keeps the nervous system on constant alert. Crowds feel overwhelming, shallow conversations feel draining, and emotional chaos in others feels physically exhausting. Distance becomes not a rejection of people, but a method of self-regulation. Alone time becomes the only place where the body finally relaxes. As adulthood unfolds, the original childhood conditioning continues to shape relationships. The loner may crave connection deeply, yet unconsciously expect abandonment. They may be drawn to emotionally unavailable people because that dynamic feels familiar. They may struggle to ask for help, even when they are exhausted, because the nervous system learned long ago that help does not reliably come. From a Jungian perspective, this creates an ongoing conflict between the persona that appears strong and independent and the inner child that still longs to be seen and emotionally met. Spiritual awakening often begins when this conflict becomes impossible to ignore. Patterns repeat until awareness breaks the cycle. At that point, solitude no longer serves only as protection. It becomes a space of healing, self-listening, and gradual reprogramming of old emotional beliefs. The loner starts to realize that being alone was never proof of unworthiness. It was proof of adaptation. What once developed for survival can slowly transform into conscious solitude, where isolation is no longer rooted in fear, but in self-connection, clarity, and the gentle rebuilding of trust with the world. Comment below. I am healing my inner child. If you're ready to understand your past and step into a stronger, more conscious version of yourself. 2. Emotional needs were rejected, dismissed, or ignored. As a child, you tried to express fear, excitement, sadness, or confusion in the only way you knew how, through your emotions, and instead of being met with understanding, you were told, "You're fine, stop being sensitive," or worse, you were simply ignored. And in those moments, something profound happened inside you that no one noticed, because each dismissal quietly taught you that your inner world was not welcome, that what you felt was somehow wrong, excessive, or inconvenient. And over time, this repeated experience shaped your nervous system to believe that emotions were unsafe to share, that vulnerability was risky, and that being open invited rejection rather than connection. Little by little, you learned to pull your feelings inward, not because you lacked them, but because you were protecting them. And this inner withdrawal became a form of self-preservation long before it ever became a personality trait. And while others learned to process emotions through support and reassurance, you learned to process them alone, in silence, in your own private space, teaching yourself to survive without emotional mirrors, without validation, without anyone explaining that what you felt made sense. And this is how loneliness begins, not as a choice, but as a strategy the soul uses when it realizes no one is coming to meet it where it is. What makes this experience so powerful is that it does not just shape how you relate to people, it reshapes how you relate to yourself. Because when you grow up, learning that your emotions are too much or not important, you begin to question your own inner truth, second-guess your reactions, and minimize your needs. And yet at the same time, you develop an unusually deep inner awareness. Because when your outer world does not reflect you, you are forced to turn inward to understand yourself. And this inward turning is often the first quiet step towards spirituality and spiritual development, even if you did not have the language for it at the time. You did not become distant because you lacked the ability to care. You became distant because you cared deeply in an environment that could not hold that depth. And so your sensitivity learned to armor itself. Your openness learned to observe before it trusted. And your heart learned to stay guarded until safety was proven rather than promised. And this is why solitude can feel comforting rather than empty to you. Because it was the place where you were never told to shrink, where your emotions did not have to explain themselves, and where your inner world could exist without interruption or judgment. And yet the deeper truth is that this pattern does not exist to trap you in isolation forever, but to awaken you to the hidden intelligence within your emotional life. Because once you recognize that your loneliness was formed through emotional neglect rather than personal failure, something begins to shift, and your silence stops feeling like a flaw and starts revealing itself as a space of awareness, perception, and transformation. A space where you no longer run from your feelings, but begin to understand them as guides, teachers, and signals guiding your spiritual development back toward wholeness. 3. Vulnerability became associated with danger. Vulnerability became associated with danger long before you ever chose to be alone. Each time you opened your heart and were met with shame, mockery, silence, punishment, or emotional betrayal, your nervous system quietly rewrote its rules for survival until one unspoken belief settled deep into your body. People are unsafe. Solitude is safety. You did not learn this through logic or conscious choice, but through repeated emotional experience, through moments when being seen felt more dangerous than being invisible, and being open felt more painful than being closed. Over time, your system did not just remember the fear, it organized your entire sense of safety around it, teaching you to relax only when no one could hurt you. This is why being alone may now feel calm, regulated, even empowering, while being emotionally close to others can trigger tension, hypervigilance, or quiet withdrawal. It is not because you are antisocial or broken, but because your body learned that solitude meant control and protection, while connection meant unpredictability and emotional risk. Carl Jung captured this truth when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And for a long time, your preference for being a loner may have felt like personality when it was actually a survival pattern. What once protected you gradually became part of your identity, shifting from "I learned to be alone to survive" into "this is just who I am." Yet beneath this self-image lies the emotional intelligence that helped you adapt. Your solitude is not emptiness. It is a refuge built by experience. The problem arises not because you value being alone, but because the choice was once driven by fear instead of freedom. Over time, this protective structure can quietly limit your ability to receive care, closeness, and emotional nourishment, even as you pride yourself on independence. What looks like strength from the outside can sometimes be emotional self-containment on the inside, where needing nothing from anyone feels safer than risking disappointment again. As spiritual wisdom teaches, true strength is not the absence of vulnerability, but the ability to hold it without collapsing. Jung's work reminds us that what we repress does not vanish. It waits in the shadow and shapes our behavior from behind the scenes. Your loneliness, then, is not random. It is meaningful. It carries memory. It tells the story of what you learned about love, trust, and emotional safety when you were still forming your sense of the world. And yet the same mechanism that once saved you can now become the very barrier that separates you from deeper connection. As Rumi said, "The wound is the place where the light enters you." And this means the place where you learn to close yourself off is also where awareness, healing, and transformation begin. Through the lens of Carl Jung and spiritual wisdom, you begin to see that your nervous system is not your enemy. It is simply loyal to old information. It learned to equate safety with isolation because, at one time, that equation kept you emotionally alive. But safety does not have to mean solitude forever, and connection does not have to mean danger. The shift begins when you stop judging your loneliness and start listening to it. When you acknowledge that your tendency to walk alone was never weakness, but an intelligent response to emotional threat. In that realization, you reclaim your story, not as a person who is broken, but as someone who protected something sacred inside, something that may now be ready, slowly and on its own terms, to be felt trusted, and shared again. Are you ready to release the fear around vulnerability and step into true inner strength? If so, comment below. I choose to feel safe. To mark your commitment to this journey of healing and self-discovery. 4. Self-reliance replaced human connection. After hundreds of small emotional rejections that never seemed dramatic enough to be called trauma, the child slowly stops reaching outward, not because they stop needing connection, but because each attempt quietly teaches them that needing others brings disappointment. These moments are subtle missed comfort, ignored feelings, unmet reassurance, but their accumulation reshapes the inner world. What once reached for warmth now turns inward for survival. Learning instead how to self-soothe, how to carry pain alone, and how to depend only on the self. This is where the loner identity is not chosen, but formed quietly and unconsciously as protection. What looks like strength from the outside is often built from emotional necessity on the inside. Self-reliance does not emerge because the child is naturally independent, but because connection becomes unreliable. When vulnerability is repeatedly met with distance, the nervous system adapts, teaching the child that it is safer not to ask, safer not to lean, safer not to hope. Over time, independence becomes automatic rather than intentional, and emotional withdrawal becomes a learned language of safety rather than a personality trait. As Carl Jung warned, the greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parents. And without realizing it, many children inherit emotional scarcity rather than emotional guidance. They grow up believing they must regulate their fear, sadness, and confusion alone because no one else consistently does it with them. This is how self-soothing replaces human connection, not as growth, but as compensation. The child does not become emotionally numb. Rather, they become emotionally private, retreating into an inner world that feels more stable than unpredictable relationships. In adulthood, this survival pattern is often misunderstood as introversion, emotional detachment, or mysterious independence. Yet under the surface, the former child still longs for deep connection while fearing its instability. They may crave intimacy, but feel uneasy when it arrives, wanting closeness, yet bracing for disappointment. This inner conflict becomes part of their identity, strong enough to stand alone, but still silently desiring to be met. It is here that spirituality and spiritual awakening often begin to emerge, not through comfort, but through solitude that forces honest self-examination. Because connection was once unsafe, awareness becomes heightened. Loners often develop deep sensitivity to emotional shifts, tone, and subtle psychological undercurrents. They learn to read rooms, moods, and energies because their safety once depended on it. This sensitivity, born from emotional vigilance, later becomes intuition, introspection, and a natural pull towards spiritual wisdom. What began as emotional armor slowly transforms into inner perception. The independent identity continues to shape relationships, often unconsciously. The loner gives deeply, yet hesitates to receive freely. They love sincerely, yet keep part of themselves guarded. Even when connection is offered, the old pattern whispers that dependence leads to loss. Jung's insight becomes clear here. What is not healed remains active in the shadow. The early training in emotional self-sufficiency does not vanish with age. It simply changes form. Yet within this pattern lies the doorway to transformation. Solitude, once a shield, becomes a mirror. The same self-reliance that replaced human connection becomes the foundation for inner sovereignty. Through reflection, self-trust, and conscious awareness, isolation shifts from defense to discernment. What once formed from emotional absence evolves into inner presence, and the individual begins to see that the loner identity was never a personality flaw, but an adaptive response to emotional scarcity, one that now holds the potential for true spiritual awakening rather than quiet survival. 5. Loners become hyper-observers as a survival skill. Growing up in an emotionally unpredictable environment trains you to become a hyper-observer without you ever choosing it consciously. You learn to read moods, micro-expressions, subtle energy shifts, and emotional danger with astonishing accuracy, not out of curiosity, but because, as the truth states, this is not curiosity, it is a defense mechanism. Your nervous system learns that safety depends on awareness, so you scan faces, tones, silences, and reactions instinctively. You walk into a room and feel tension before anyone speaks. You sense when a smile is forced. You notice when the emotional temperature suddenly changes. While others move through conversations casually, you remain alert, quietly tracking everything. What looks like calm observation on the outside is, on the inside, the residue of a childhood where emotional stability was never guaranteed, and vigilance became the price of safety. Over time, this survival skill follows you into adulthood and begins to shape your identity, your relationships, and even your connection to spirituality and spiritual development. You may withdraw, not because you dislike people, but because solitude is the only place where your nervous system fully rests. You may struggle to trust easily, not from arrogance or coldness, but from the deep instinct to protect your inner world before it can be harmed again. This heightened awareness gives you the rare ability to see beneath appearances, yet it also carries the burden of emotional exhaustion. You are always sensing, always reading, always interpreting. Without realizing it, you may begin to believe that being alone is who you are, when in fact, it is simply how you learn to survive. Through Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom, this pattern reflects the shadow of sensitivity, an unconscious adaptation that once protected you but no longer needs to dominate your life. As your spiritual development deepens, the meaning of this hyper-observation begins to change. What once existed as fear-based scanning can evolve into conscious awareness, discernment, and presence. You begin to understand that your perception is not meant to imprison you in isolation, but to refine your ability to navigate life with clarity rather than constant defense. You start to see the difference between intuition and survival-driven alertness, between healthy solitude and emotional withdrawal. In this awareness, healing becomes possible not by destroying the part of you that learned to observe, but by releasing the fear that taught it to stay on guard. The skill that once kept you safe can now serve your growth, allowing your sensitivity to become a strength guided by choice rather than a reflex ruled by the past. Do you recognize this trait in yourself? Comment with awareness. I see clearly, and I trust my inner vision. 6. The good child. Pattern leads to adult burnout. Many people who grow into loners were once the good child, the quiet peacekeeper who learned too early how to stay out of the way, how to manage emotions instead of expressing them, and how to be low maintenance so they would not become a burden. They were praised for being mature, responsible, and understanding. But what was really happening was emotional self-erasure. As Carl Jung warned, the greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of its parents. And for many future loners, that burden became invisible training in emotional survival rather than emotional freedom. As they grow into adulthood, that early pattern transforms into a life of chronic overgiving. You may find yourself giving more time, more care, more patience, and more emotional energy than the people around you ever return. You become the listener, the supporter, the problem solver, the one who holds everything together while quietly running on empty. The imbalance feels normal at first because it mirrors what you learned in childhood. But over time, it creates exhaustion, resentment, and emotional burnout. Relationships begin to feel one-sided, not because you are weak, but because your empathy has been conditioned to flow outward without limits. Eventually, solitude becomes less about isolation and more about survival. You step back, not because you dislike people, but because you are tired of being drained. This is where spiritual wisdom begins to reveal what psychology alone cannot fully explain. You are not avoiding connection. You are protecting your nervous system, your energy, and your inner stability. Carl Jung wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And when awareness arrives, you finally see that your loneliness was not random. It was a response to years of emotional overexertion and unspoken responsibility. With this awareness comes a quiet but powerful shift. You begin to realize that constantly being the good one has costs, and that true connection cannot exist where self-abandonment is required. Solitude becomes a place of recalibration rather than punishment. It allows you to stop bleeding for people who would never bleed for you, to stop over-explaining your boundaries, and to stop feeling guilty for choosing rest instead of sacrifice. Slowly, your energy returns. Your mind grows clearer. Your intuition sharpens. Your identity begins to detach from the role you were trained to play and reshapes into something more authentic. This is why so many loners resonate deeply with Carl Jung's teachings and with spiritual wisdom as a whole. What once felt like rejection reveals itself as discernment. What once felt like isolation transforms into selective connection. You no longer give from obligation, but from choice. You no longer shrink to keep the peace, but learn to let peace exist within you. The path of the loner, seen clearly, is not a path of emotional coldness. It is the slow, quiet return to the self after years of carrying what was never meant to be yours. 7. Solitude is not loneliness. It is a conscious choice. Loners do not withdraw from the world because they hate people. They withdraw because being surrounded by emotionally unavailable people feels far lonelier than standing alone. After too many moments of speaking and not being heard, of caring and not being met with the same depth, the heart learns a quiet truth. Constant misconnection hurts more than silence. In that realization, solitude slowly transforms from something painful into something protective. It becomes peace instead of pressure, control instead of chaos, and safety instead of constant emotional risk. When you repeatedly find yourself as the one who listens, understands, and holds space, yet never receives the same emotional presence in return, your nervous system begins to associate connection with exhaustion rather than nourishment. Each shallow conversation, each dismissed feeling, each moment where your vulnerability is met with discomfort or indifference teaches your soul that not every gathering is a place of belonging. Over time, your body reacts before your mind does, tightening in crowded spaces, longing for quiet, not because you fear people, but because you crave emotional honesty. In solitude, something profound begins to happen. Without the noise of other people's expectations, you can finally hear your own inner voice. Without the pressure to perform, explain, or shrink yourself, you start to feel what is real inside you. This is where spirituality quietly deepens, not through grand rituals, but through the simple act of returning to yourself. Here, your loneliness begins to shift into spiritual awakening, because for the first time, you are no longer abandoning your inner world just to avoid being alone on the outside. Being alone allows you to observe your emotions without judgment. You notice how grief rises and falls, how anger dissolves when it is finally acknowledged, how longing teaches you what kind of connection your soul truly seeks. You stop confusing attention with love and proximity with intimacy. You realize that real connection requires emotional presence, not just shared space. In this way, solitude becomes a training ground for emotional clarity and self-respect. Choosing to walk alone for a season is not a rejection of humanity. It is a refusal to keep betraying yourself. It is understanding that healing cannot happen in spaces that constantly reopen old wounds. When you step back, you are not running away from connection. You are stepping out of patterns that taught you to accept emotional crumbs instead of genuine nourishment. You learn that being alone does not make you empty. Staying where you are, unseen, does. As your awareness sharpens, you become more selective. You no longer chase belonging at the cost of your peace. Instead, you start to recognize energy, depth, and sincerity. You learn the difference between people whose presence feels like grounding and those whose presence feels like turbulence. Through this discernment, your boundaries strengthen, your intuition becomes louder, and your self-trust grows steadier. What once looked like isolation reveals itself as a transition. The loner is not broken. The loner is in between worlds, between who they were when they tolerated emotional neglect and who they are becoming through truth and clarity. In this space between, solitude serves as both shelter and mirror, helping you remember who you are when no one is watching, and teaching you that peace is not found in numbers, but in alignment. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss more spiritual wisdom like this. And if choosing solitude has empowered you, comment below. I honor my path of conscious solitude. 8. Being a loner is survival intelligence, not a flaw. Being a loner is not a flaw, but a form of survival intelligence shaped by early learned emotional sovereignty. The quiet inner knowing that you do not need to chase connection blindly, depend on others to feel whole, or abandon yourself just to be accepted. You understand intuitively that not every connection nourishes the soul, that some relationships drain more than they give, and so you choose depth over chaos, alignment over approval, and truth over temporary comfort. This is a strength that forms when you realize early in life that belonging is meaningless if it requires self-betrayal, and that wholeness is not something another person can hand you. It is something you construct from the inside out through clarity, boundaries, and self-respect. Because of this, your solitude becomes a place of restoration rather than punishment, a space where your identity forms without noise, where your values sharpen without pressure, and where your inner voice grows louder than the expectations of others. Your path teaches you to read energy more than words and intention more than appearance. And this sensitivity allows you to move through the world with quiet accuracy, understanding quickly who is safe, who is chaotic, and who only wants to take more than they give. You do not isolate because you dislike people. You step back because you sense the emotional cost of staying in the wrong environments, and you choose peace even when others misunderstand your distance. This is emotional sovereignty in action, the ability to regulate your own feelings, hold your own ground, and remain whole even when the world around you feels unstable. Through this, your spirituality deepens because solitude becomes the gateway to self-awareness, intuition, and inner strength, guiding you towards spiritual development that grows naturally when you are no longer dependent on external validation. As you walk this path, your experiences teach you the power of self-protection without fear, self-connection without loneliness, and self-respect without compromise. Your quiet independence is not the result of coldness, but the result of having learned too young what it feels like to carry yourself when no one else could. It is the wisdom of someone who knows that emotional safety is more valuable than social approval. And the more you grow, the more you realize that this way of being has given you three essential truths: that choosing yourself is not selfish, but sacred. That true connection only begins when you meet others from a place of wholeness rather than need. And that emotional sovereignty is the foundation upon which real peace is built. Through these lessons, your solitude becomes not a wound, but a source of power proof that you have learned to survive, evolve, and rise without losing yourself. To conclude, do not fear your time alone. While society calls it loneliness, wisdom recognizes it as freedom. By withdrawing from the noise of the collective, you are giving yourself the space to hear your own intuition and integrate your shadow. You are not separated from the world. You are simply becoming whole within it. Support our mission by liking this video and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Please subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on notifications to join us for more deep dives into the human psyche. Thank you for being here. Eight signs you have the rarest psychological type on Earth. The only true journey is the one within. This powerful quote by Rainer Maria Rilke perfectly captures the essence of what we're discussing today. Have you ever felt like you see the world differently? Like your emotional depth and intuition set you apart? In this video, 8 signs you have the rarest psychological type on Earth. We're going to illuminate the path for those unique souls, revealing the traits that not only make you rare, but also hold the key to profound personal growth and lasting happiness. If you recognize yourself in these signs, I encourage you to apply these principles to your daily life. They are a roadmap for living in alignment with your truest self. Watch until the end and let me know in the comments below. Which of these signs resonates most deeply with your own inner world? Let's start the journey. 1. Sacred curiosity and radical questioning. The rarest psychological type is defined by a deep-seated sacred curiosity and radical questioning, an unwavering orientation toward the hidden meaning in life, systems, and relationships, refusing to settle for surface-level explanations or the passive comfort of conformity. Unlike those who readily accept established norms, you feel a potent inner urge to challenge the why, look behind appearances, and intuit the truths obscured by everyday behavior. This isn't defiance. It's the signature of an exceptional mind, mirroring Carl Jung's transcendent function, the rare capacity to hold paradox and perceive uncomfortable truths that others avoid. Your being is intrinsically wired for the pursuit of meaning, placing it far above fleeting comfort, which is why shallow social rules or inauthentic belief systems cannot fully capture you. Your inner world demands genuine resonance, rejecting borrowed conclusions and inherited ideas. Even under pressure to conform, a persistent inner voice asserts that there is always something more. This tension between the visible and the deeply felt is the birthplace of your spirituality and accelerated spiritual development, as your questions serve not to destroy, but to profoundly awaken, simultaneously driving an inward scrutiny of your motives and an upward reach for higher consciousness. This continuous, intense inquiry grants you an almost intuitive awareness, allowing you to easily detect emotional undercurrents, systemic tensions, and hidden relational motives. Your perceptive depth goes beyond suspicion. Your awareness naturally extends past the veneer, allowing you to feel shifts before they are verbalized and recognize deep misalignment even when things appear stable. This defines your connections. You seek foundational meaning and authentic truth over convenience and performance. Shallow interactions are immensely draining, while deep, soul-to-soul exchanges are restorative, confirming your psyche's design for depth. This same sacred curiosity also turns inward, fostering intense self-reflection, emotional honesty, and consistent growth. You question the source of your feelings and the root of repetitive life cycles. True transformation begins here because you do not evade discomfort. You study it, embodying the Jungian task of holding light and shadow, confidence and doubt simultaneously. This capacity to inhabit the space between opposites is your mechanism for continuous evolution, preventing stagnation in fear or illusion. However, this depth brings its own burden. At times, your mind feels heavy from relentless reflection, your heart weary from emotional intensity, and you may experience loneliness when few speak your inner language. When insight lacks grounding, you risk succumbing to overthinking or spiritual isolation. Yet, this intense questioning is your compass, the force that keeps you aligned with growth even when you feel lost. It explains your deep attraction to psychology, symbolism, and the unseen forces of human behavior. The ultimate truth is that minds like yours are meant not to repeat, but to refine truth through lived experience. You are here to challenge unconscious patterns, embody insight, and transform confusion into clarity. The key is to trust your questions, seek truth without external validation, allow growth without guilt, balance reflection with rest, and recognize that your sacred curiosity is not a burden. It is the potent engine of your spiritual development and the essential gateway to an embodied, transformative spirituality. 2. Supernatural emotional depth. You do not simply feel emotions, you navigate them like vast oceans, each wave carrying layers of meaning that most people will never notice. And this is why your emotional depth often appears supernatural to those around you. What others call mood or sensitivity unfolds within you as a full psychological symphony, where every subtle shift in energy becomes a message your inner world knows how to translate. You sense unspoken intentions, hidden emotional tones, and the quiet truths buried beneath someone's carefully crafted words, not because you are unstable, but because you are exquisitely tuned into the deeper layers of human experience. Carl Jung called this profound inner sensitivity the doorway to the objective psyche, the realm where emotions are not just personal reactions, but windows into universal patterns of truth. Your feelings do not simply pass through you. They speak to you, guide you, and sometimes warn you, which is why you often notice emotional changes or energetic discomfort long before anyone else realizes something is wrong. This depth can make you appear intense or mysterious, but in reality, it is emotional sophistication, your ability to perceive meaning beyond the surface. And yet, this rare sensitivity often pulls you naturally towards spirituality because you have always sensed that life moves through invisible layers, that every emotion has a spiritual echo, and that every connection carries energetic information beneath the physical interaction. As you grow, this sensitivity begins shaping your spiritual awakening, helping you recognize that inner guidance is not imagination, but intuition sharpened through emotional intelligence. You have known for a long time that what you feel is real, even when the world encourages you to numb it or doubt it. Your emotional depth becomes a compass pointing you toward alignment, truth, and integrity, and pulling you away from environments, people, and energies that are out of resonance. This is why your presence often feels comforting yet powerful. People feel seen by you in a way they cannot explain, because you perceive the soul behind the behavior, the intention beneath the action, the wound beneath the words. But your depth has also shaped your story. You may have been told you were too sensitive, too emotional, or overthinking, when in truth, you were simply processing the world at a greater vibrational frequency than those around you. You learned early that others do not feel with the same intensity, and you may have dimmed your own emotional truth to make them comfortable. Yet, as Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And who you truly are is someone whose emotional complexity is not a flaw, but an extraordinary gift, an inner instrument tuned to the frequencies most people never hear. When you honor this depth instead of suppressing it, your emotions refine into wisdom, your intuition strengthens, your self-awareness sharpens, and the world within you becomes a powerful source of clarity, perception, and spiritual strength. This is the silent brilliance behind your emotional depth. It is not chaos, but intelligence, not weakness, but refined perception, not instability, but an innate connection to truth, one that continues guiding you deeper into your spirituality and your ongoing spiritual awakening. Comment below. I honor my emotional depth. If you recognize this rare sensitivity within yourself and are ready to embrace the unique gift Carl Jung spoke about. 3. Continuous evolution and outgrowing the familiar. You repeatedly outgrow people, places, and even the versions of yourself you once believed would last forever. And this constant shedding is not instability. It is the natural rhythm of transformation that Carl Jung described as psychological death and rebirth. Each time you evolve, something within you must quietly end so something deeper can begin. And that process is rarely comfortable. You begin to feel that you can no longer return to spaces that once felt familiar because they now require you to dim your truth, soften your awareness, or pretend to be smaller than you have become. What once felt like home now feels restrictive, and this inner conflict is one of the clearest signatures of a rare psychological type. As your awareness expands, your tolerance for what is false, stagnant, or misaligned disappears. And this is where many relationships, environments, and even identities begin to fall away. People who once understood you may no longer recognize you, not because you are lost, but because you have changed at a level they cannot yet follow. Jung once said, "What looks like a breakdown is often a breakthrough." And this truth becomes visible in your life as cycles of ending and renewal that shape your character again and again. Every time you rise into a new level of clarity, you lose access to the world you came from, and that loss can feel painful, confusing, and deeply lonely. Yet this loneliness is not emptiness. It is the space where your new self is being formed. You are no longer able to bend your values just to preserve connection, and you no longer have the ability to ignore what your soul now sees. Your growth becomes irreversible. Once a truth is seen, it cannot be unseen. Once your inner world shifts, your outer world must eventually follow. This is why others may resist your change, judge it, or misunderstand it. Your evolution reflects what they may still be avoiding within themselves, and not everyone is ready to face that reflection. This is where spiritual wisdom quietly weaves into psychological transformation. You are not simply changing for ambition, success, or appearance. You are changing because something inside you demands alignment between who you are becoming and how you are living. You would rather experience discomfort than live in contradiction. You would rather walk alone than walk falsely. This is the cost of deep awareness and the quiet mark of a rare inner structure. As Carl Jung warned, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that privilege often arrives wrapped in the pain of outgrowing what once felt safe. Each time you move forward, you leave behind not only people and places, but entire identities, old fears, old beliefs, old self-definitions that no longer hold your truth. Your life begins to feel less like a straight road and more like a series of initiations. Endings arrive without asking permission. New beginnings rise before you feel ready. Yet with every cycle, your inner authority strengthens, your clarity deepens, and your attachment to illusion weakens. You slowly stop fearing loss because you finally understand that every loss has been shaping your ability to live authentically. At a certain point, you no longer ask why doors keep closing behind you. You understand that they close because you no longer belong in the rooms they lead to. This awareness is not only psychological, it is spiritual. True spiritual wisdom is not about staying the same while speaking higher truths. It is about allowing your entire being to transform in alignment with what you now see as real. And the more you honor this inner evolution, the more you realize that your constant change is not chaos. It is the quiet proof of an awakened inner compass, guided not by comfort, but by truth. As Carl Jung revealed through the depths of the human psyche. 4. Conscious independence and self-built identity. You possess a rare psychological blueprint defined by profound independence and an identity forged entirely from within. This self-reliance wasn't a choice of comfort, but a necessity born from adversity, forcing you to cultivate an inner strength long before external validation was an option. Rather than seeking approval, you build your core self layer by layer through relentless self-reflection and quiet endurance, embarking on what Carl Jung called individuation, the challenging path toward wholeness that most consciously avoid. While others learn to belong by fitting in, you learn to thrive by standing alone. This separation didn't harden you. It meticulously refined you, transforming necessity into clear awareness and isolation into centeredness. Your self-identity isn't assembled from social roles or fleeting trends, but permanently forged through lived experience and conscious choice. This is the clearest sign of your rare type. Your stability is built from the inside out, the true foundation of your spiritual development. This independence carries a powerful gravity. Though you may speak softly, your presence feels deeply grounded. You do not cling to others for completion, having mastered the truth that wholeness must be cultivated internally. While many search frantically in external mirrors, you are already guided by a precise inner compass, shaped by struggle and reflection, aligning your life with deep spiritual wisdom. As Jung observed, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, a truth you didn't wait for permission to pursue. Life put you on this path early, fostering discernment over dependency and genuine depth over imitation. This internal anchoring makes you not cold, but resiliently self-possessed. Your independence is the highest form of connection. You seek to share your completeness, not fill a void. This very self-possession is why people are drawn to you, yet simultaneously unsettled. Your self-built identity quietly reflects the internal work they have yet to face, exposing the fragility of unconscious living without a single word. The deeper you travel this path of individuation, the more apparent it becomes that your psychological strength is inherently spiritual. You stop looking outward for definition and start listening to your intuition and conscience, a truth felt, not seen. This steady courage to stand in your unique truth is where true spiritual awakening begins, making your life a silent, powerful expression of timeless wisdom. Affirm your inner strength by commenting below, "I am sovereign in my identity." Let this be your reminder that your independence and self-built identity are guiding you toward your highest truth. 5. Hyperperceptive intuition. Your hyperperceptive intuition gives you an ability that most people will never fully understand, because you do not simply observe the world, you feel it. You sense the subtle shifts in tone, the tightening of someone's jaw, the hesitation behind a forced smile, and the unspoken truth hiding beneath polished words. This is not overthinking. It is what Carl Jung described as perception via the unconscious, a natural and immediate recognition of patterns that others step over blindly. You pick up emotional undercurrents in silence, detect mismatched energy before conflict appears, and notice the tiniest fractures in someone's behavior long before they become visible to the rest of the world. And while people may misunderstand this depth as suspicion or sensitivity, you intuitively know it is far more precise than that, because your mind works in layers. What others hear as conversation, you experience as information woven with nuance, tension, and meaning that lives between the lines. Yet this level of awareness, when left unprotected, can slowly drain you from the inside out, because feeling so much requires boundaries that most people with your rare psychological type never learned to set early in life, especially when they were conditioned to be the healer, the listener, the emotional anchor for everyone else. This intuitive gift becomes heavy not because it is wrong, but because it is constant. You absorb the unresolved grief of a friend when they step into the room. You sense the disappointment someone carries even when they say they are fine. You feel the shift in someone's energy the moment they lose trust. And you detect misalignment in relationships long before the breakup arrives. And while all of this gives you profound psychological insight, it also becomes a silent burden, because your nervous system is processing information that others are not aware they are even expressing. This is why emotional burnout appears in your life not as sudden collapse, but as slow erosion. Too much empathy, too many unspoken responsibilities, too much merging with people who never realized how deeply you felt them. Jung warned that without conscious boundaries, the unconscious becomes a force that overwhelms rather than guides. And this is precisely the tension you live through, sensing everything, yet not always knowing how to filter what isn't yours. Here is where spirituality becomes essential, not as belief, but as a practice of self-preservation, because your spiritual awakening begins the moment you realize that your intuition is not meant to carry people, but to clarify your own path. As you grow into this awareness, you start recognizing that your intuition is not random. It is a compass. It tells you when a room is unsafe before your logic catches up. It warns you when someone's words do not match their energy. It guides you toward people whose presence feels like alignment, and distances you from those whose presence feels like heaviness. With time, you learn that not every emotional signal requires intervention. Not every tension requires healing. And not every sorrow you sense belongs in your hands. You begin to separate empathy from responsibility, compassion from self-abandonment, and awareness from absorption. And once you understand that your sensitivity is not weakness, but refined perception, you stop apologizing for noticing what others overlook. You stop shrinking yourself to make people comfortable. You stop explaining how you know things you shouldn't know. Instead, you trust the quiet truth rising inside you, the same truth that Jung spent his life studying. When the unconscious speaks, the wise learn to listen. And in honoring this rare gift with stronger boundaries, clearer intuition, and deeper self-respect, you transform your hyper-perceptive nature from emotional exhaustion into spiritual clarity, allowing your inner world to become not a sponge for others, but a sanctuary for yourself. 6. Intense craving for meaning and authenticity. You carry an intense craving for meaning and authenticity that quietly governs the way you think, feel, and move through the world. And this is why you cannot tolerate inauthenticity in any form. Shallow goals feel empty to you. Surface-level conversations feel exhausting, and unaligned paths feel almost painful to follow because your inner world demands truth, coherence, and depth. You are not satisfied with appearances or borrowed identities. You want what is real beneath the surface. This inner demand is not something you learned. It is built into your psychological structure, and it constantly pulls you toward alignment between who you are inside and how you live on the outside. Because you live with this level of inner integrity, you naturally reject what is false without needing to argue or attack it. You may simply lose interest, withdraw your energy, or quietly choose a different path. Yet even in your silence, your presence has an effect. Without intending to, you challenge others to confront their own masks, because your refusal to participate in illusion highlights where others are still pretending. In this way, you function as what can only be described as an evolutionary catalyst. Change is stirred in your presence, not because you demand it, but because your way of being exposes what is misaligned. As Carl Jung expressed so powerfully, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And this truth is not just an idea for you. It is a lived experience that shapes your daily choices. Your devotion to truth often places you on a different rhythm from the world around you. You may feel out of place in environments that reward performance over substance or status over sincerity. What excites others may leave you cold, while what truly moves you is meaning, purpose, and inner coherence. This is where your path of spirituality and spiritual development deepens, not through rituals alone, but through the constant inner refinement of values, motives, and identity. You are not driven to accumulate more masks. You are driven to remove them. Over time, your standards in relationships, work, and even self-expression become more precise, not because you are becoming rigid, but because your clarity is sharpening. This clarity, however, can be misunderstood. Some may see your intensity as judgment, your distance as coldness, or your silence as superiority. In truth, your intensity is simply devotion. Your distance is discernment, and your silence is often self-protection. You are not rejecting people. You are rejecting falseness. And this rejection is not destructive. It is surgical. It removes what does not belong so that what is true can finally breathe. Each time you choose alignment over comfort or truth over approval, something old dissolves and something more essential begins to take shape. Your life, therefore, becomes less about fitting into the world as it is and more about embodying the deeper potential of who you are becoming. Growth for you does not feel like climbing higher. It feels like going deeper. It feels like shedding, refining, and remembering. You begin to realize that your sensitivity to falseness is not a weakness to be corrected, but a gift to be mastered. It protects you from wasting years on what does not matter. It guides you toward relationships built on truth rather than performance. It anchors you in a form of spirituality that is lived through integrity not merely spoken through beliefs. And through this discipline of inner honesty, you quietly encourage others to begin their own transformation simply by standing in what is real. Don't forget to subscribe for more wisdom on transforming your search for meaning into true inner fulfillment. 7. Transformational presence. Your presence carries a quiet gravity that few can name but many can feel. A gentle yet undeniable pull that makes people open up, soften, and unravel truths they have kept buried for years. Because something about the way you listen, without judgment, without rushing, without needing to prove anything, creates an atmosphere where the soul finally exhales. Carl Jung called this the helper syndrome, a rare psychological pattern found in those whose empathy is so deep and whose spirituality is so instinctive that transformation happens around them almost effortlessly. You don't force change. You don't preach change. You simply embody a stillness that invites others to find themselves again, as if your energy quietly tells them, "It's safe now. You can come home to yourself." And yet, this powerful gift often begins as a subtle pattern you don't even notice at first. Strangers confide in you within minutes. Friends tell you their darkest truths with trembling voices, and people who usually hide behind emotional armor suddenly break open in your presence. They might say, "I don't know why I'm telling you this." And the truth is, they don't, but their subconscious does. Your presence feels like a sanctuary, a warm room in the middle of a storm, a soft ground where their defenses melt and their real selves step forward. This is the mark of someone deep in the process of spiritual awakening, someone whose inner clarity and emotional intelligence naturally extend into the outer world. People feel lighter after talking to you, not because you solved their problems, but because your calmness reorganizes their chaos. Like two chemical substances meeting, as Jung famously said, if there is any reaction, both are transformed. And with you, there is always a reaction gentle, healing, and often life-changing. But with this gift comes a quiet burden, one that grows heavier if you don't learn the spiritual wisdom hidden underneath. When you hold space so deeply for others, you risk becoming their emotional anchor, the person they lean on for stability, clarity, and meaning. And while your empathy is expansive, it is not infinite. Over time, you may notice your energy fading after long conversations, your thoughts sinking under the emotional weight you've absorbed, your spirit becoming quieter, not in peace, but in exhaustion. This is where discernment becomes essential. You are here to guide, not to carry, to reflect, not to absorb, to support, not to lose yourself inside someone else's inner storm. Without boundaries, the helper becomes the one who needs help, not because they are weak, but because they gave too much without realizing their own needs. As your spirituality deepens, you learn to distinguish between being present and being consumed. You begin to understand that true service does not wound the servant, and real compassion does not require self-sacrifice. You start recognizing the moments when someone seeks your presence not to heal, but to escape their own responsibility. The moments when silence is wiser than advice. The moments when walking away is more loving than staying. And with this awareness, your transformational presence evolves into something even stronger, an energy that heals without draining, that guides without rescuing, that empowers without absorbing the other person's shadows. Your role changes from emotional sponge to conscious mirror, from quiet caretaker to awakened soul who knows how to hold space without losing yourself inside it. And in that shift, you discover the rarest truth of all. Your presence transforms others most powerfully when you are also fully present for yourself. To honor your transformational presence, declare it with confidence. Comment below, "I rise and transform," to affirm your growth and inspire others to awaken their power too. 8. Deep inner sense of purpose, even if undefined. You feel a quiet but persistent pull towards something meaningful that you cannot yet fully explain. And this feeling is neither random nor driven by ego, but rises from a deeper place within you. Carl Jung described this mysterious force as potential seeking expression, a truth that lives in your soul long before your mind can give it a name. When you ignore this inner calling, life may begin to feel strangely empty, heavy with anxiety, or lacking direction, even when everything on the surface appears successful. Yet when you begin to live in harmony with it, a subtle but powerful sense of peace and fulfillment starts to grow. Not because all your questions are answered, but because your inner and outer worlds begin moving in the same direction through spirituality and spiritual development. This inner purpose often reveals itself through restlessness, deep sensitivity to meaning, and an unshakable sense that you were meant for more than survival, routines, or shallow ambition. You may feel different from others, not because you are better, but because you are wired to search beneath the surface of life. The discomfort you experience when living out of alignment is not a weakness. It is a signal from your psyche that something essential is being ignored. Jung believed that when this inner voice is suppressed, the soul suffers, and that suffering often shows up as emotional fatigue, dissatisfaction without a clear cause, or the haunting feeling that your true life has not yet fully begun. As you begin to listen inwardly, even in small ways, you may notice gentle shifts unfolding. Your priorities start to change, your relationships transform, and your choices become guided more by inner truth than by external validation. What once felt like confusion begins to reveal itself as preparation. What once felt like weakness becomes a pathway to depth, and what once felt like loneliness becomes space for authenticity. You are no longer driven by the need to impress, but by the desire to become real. Peace does not come from certainty, but from sincerity. It does not come from control, but from trust. It does not come from perfection, but from honest participation in your own becoming. Your purpose does not arrive as a loud revelation or a single dramatic moment. More often, it appears as a direction rather than a destination, a way of being rather than a status or title. It guides you through intuition, moments of discomfort, unexpected synchronicities, and quiet inner resonance. As you follow these signals, your outer world slowly reshapes itself to mirror the truth you are discovering within. You may not immediately gain clarity about where the path will lead, but you gain something far more powerful, a sense of coherence, a feeling that your thoughts, values, and actions are finally aligned. The deeper message is clear. Your inner calling is real, even when it feels undefined. And ignoring it breeds anxiety, while honoring it cultivates peace. Discomfort often acts as a compass rather than a flaw, and true fulfillment grows from alignment rather than achievement. Your spiritual development unfolds not through force, pressure, or comparison, but through quiet awareness, courage, and steady attention to what your soul has been trying to express all along. In the end, discovering that you may carry one of the rarest psychological types on Earth is not about feeling superior. It is about understanding your depth, your sensitivity, and your unique responsibility to the world, as Carl Jung so beautifully revealed through his wisdom. If these 8 signs resonate with your inner life, it may be a reminder that your way of seeing, feeling, and thinking is not meant to be hidden, but honored and refined through self-awareness and conscious growth. If you found value in this message, please like the video, share it with someone who needs this insight, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more deep psychological and spiritual teachings. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos on Carl Jung, self-discovery, and inner awakening. The real reason you became a loner, it's not what you think. Loneliness does not come from having no people around one, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to oneself. Carl Jung famously made this distinction, and it may hold the key to why you feel different from the crowd. If you have found yourself pulling away from society lately, it isn't because you are broken, and it isn't simply because you are antisocial. It is often a sign of a profound internal shift, a necessary step toward what Jung called individuation. You are not just isolating, you are incubating. In this video, we are going to uncover the spiritual necessity of your solitude and how to use this time to build a self that is unshakable. Before we begin, if you believe that your solitude is a strength, not a weakness, please like this video and comment, "I am finding myself," below. Let us journey into the wisdom of the introverted soul. 1. Loners are not born. They are conditioned in childhood. Loners are not shaped by personality labels or simple introversion. They are shaped by repeated emotional neglect in childhood, often so subtle that no one notices it while it is happening. A child does not suddenly decide to withdraw from the world for no reason. The withdrawal slowly forms when emotional needs are overlooked again and again, when feelings are minimized, when questions go unanswered, when attention is inconsistent, and when love feels conditional. In these quiet moments, the child learns a powerful lesson without anyone ever saying it out loud. Needing too much is dangerous, expressing emotions is unsafe, and relying on others leads to disappointment. Over time, the child adapts by turning inward, creating an inner world that feels more stable than the outside one. What looks like independence from the outside is often a nervous system trained to survive without emotional support. This is where the roots of the loner identity truly begin. As this pattern repeats, the child becomes unusually observant and emotionally alert. They begin to read the moods of adults, sense shifts in energy, and adjust their behavior to avoid conflict or rejection. They learn to be quiet, agreeable, and self-reliant, not because it is their nature, but because it is what keeps them emotionally safe. Praise often comes not for authenticity, but for being easy, mature, or low maintenance. Slowly, connection starts to feel unpredictable, while solitude feels controlled and safe. This is why many loners grow into adults who can move through social spaces smoothly while still feeling detached inside. They may be surrounded by people, yet feel emotionally alone. According to Carl Jung's psychological insight, this creates a shadow pattern. The belief that intimacy leads to loss, that vulnerability invites pain, and that the self must always handle life alone. Yet within this shadow also lies hidden spiritual strength, because enduring emotional absence trains the soul to turn inward in search of meaning. This inward turn often opens the door to spirituality and spiritual awakening, not through comfort, but through longing. Many loners discover meaning through silence, reflection, and solitude long before they ever name it as a spiritual path. While others bond through shared activities or external validation, the loner bonds with their inner world. They ask deep questions early in life. They notice the emotional undercurrents others ignore. They become deeply intuitive, sensitive to energy, and aware of invisible emotional dynamics. However, this sensitivity is a double-edged sword. The same awareness that grants depth also keeps the nervous system on constant alert. Crowds feel overwhelming. Shallow conversations feel draining, and emotional chaos in others feels physically exhausting. Distance becomes not a rejection of people, but a method of self-regulation. Alone time becomes the only place where the body finally relaxes. As adulthood unfolds, the original childhood conditioning continues to shape relationships. The loner may crave connection deeply, yet unconsciously expect abandonment. They may be drawn to emotionally unavailable people because that dynamic feels familiar. They may struggle to ask for help, even when they are exhausted, because the nervous system learned long ago that help does not reliably come. From a Jungian perspective, this creates an ongoing conflict between the persona that appears strong and independent and the inner child that still longs to be seen and emotionally met. Spiritual awakening often begins when this conflict becomes impossible to ignore. Patterns repeat until awareness breaks the cycle. At that point, solitude no longer serves only as protection. It becomes a space of healing, self-listening, and gradual reprogramming of old emotional beliefs. The loner starts to realize that being alone was never proof of unworthiness. It was proof of adaptation. What once developed for survival can slowly transform into conscious solitude, where isolation is no longer rooted in fear, but in self-connection, clarity, and the gentle rebuilding of trust with the world. Comment below. I am healing my inner child. If you're ready to understand your past and step into a stronger, more conscious version of yourself. 2. Emotional needs were rejected, dismissed, or ignored. As a child, you tried to express fear, excitement, sadness, or confusion in the only way you knew how, through your emotions, and instead of being met with understanding, you were told, "You're fine, stop being sensitive," or worse, you were simply ignored. And in those moments, something profound happened inside you that no one noticed, because each dismissal quietly taught you that your inner world was not welcome, that what you felt was somehow wrong, excessive, or inconvenient. And over time, this repeated experience shaped your nervous system to believe that emotions were unsafe to share, that vulnerability was risky, and that being open invited rejection rather than connection. Little by little, you learned to pull your feelings inward, not because you lacked them, but because you were protecting them. And this inner withdrawal became a form of self-preservation long before it ever became a personality trait. And while others learned to process emotions through support and reassurance, You learned to process them alone, in silence, in your own private space, teaching yourself to survive without emotional mirrors, without validation, without anyone explaining that what you felt made sense. And this is how loneliness begins, not as a choice, but as a strategy the soul uses when it realizes no one is coming to meet it where it is. What makes this experience so powerful is that it does not just shape how you relate to people, it reshapes how you relate to yourself. Because when you grow up, learning that your emotions are too much or not important, you begin to question your own inner truth, second-guess your reactions, and minimize your needs. And yet at the same time, you develop an unusually deep inner awareness. Because when your outer world does not reflect you, you are forced to turn inward to understand yourself. And this inward turning is often the first quiet step towards spirituality and spiritual development, even if you did not have the language for it at the time. You did not become distant because you lacked the ability to care. You became distant because you cared deeply in an environment that could not hold that depth. And so your sensitivity learned to armor itself. Your openness learned to observe before it trusted. And your heart learned to stay guarded until safety was proven rather than promised. And this is why solitude can feel comforting rather than empty to you. Because it was the place where you were never told to shrink, where your emotions did not have to explain themselves, and where your inner world could exist without interruption or judgment. And yet the deeper truth is that this pattern does not exist to trap you in isolation forever, but to awaken you to the hidden intelligence within your emotional life. Because once you recognize that your loneliness was formed through emotional neglect rather than personal failure, something begins to shift, and your silence stops feeling like a flaw and starts revealing itself as a space of awareness, perception, and transformation. A space where you no longer run from your feelings, but begin to understand them as guides, teachers, and signals guiding your spiritual development back toward wholeness. 3. Vulnerability became associated with danger. Vulnerability became associated with danger long before you ever chose to be alone. Each time you opened your heart and were met with shame, mockery, silence, punishment, or emotional betrayal, your nervous system quietly rewrote its rules for survival until one unspoken belief settled deep into your body. People are unsafe. Solitude is safety. You did not learn this through logic or conscious choice, but through repeated emotional experience, through moments when being seen felt more dangerous than being invisible, and being open felt more painful than being closed. Over time, your system did not just remember the fear, it organized your entire sense of safety around it, teaching you to relax only when no one could hurt you. This is why being alone may now feel calm, regulated, even empowering, while being emotionally close to others can trigger tension, hypervigilance, or quiet withdrawal. It is not because you are antisocial or broken, but because your body learned that solitude meant control and protection, while connection meant unpredictability and emotional risk. Carl Jung captured this truth when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And for a long time, your preference for being a loner may have felt like personality when it was actually a survival pattern. What once protected you gradually became part of your identity, shifting from "I learned to be alone to survive" into This is just who I am. Yet beneath this self-image lies the emotional intelligence that helped you adapt. Your solitude is not emptiness. It is a refuge built by experience. The problem arises not because you value being alone, but because the choice was once driven by fear instead of freedom. Over time, this protective structure can quietly limit your ability to receive care, closeness, and emotional nourishment, even as you pride yourself on independence. What looks like strength from the outside can sometimes be emotional self-containment on the inside, where needing nothing from anyone feels safer than risking disappointment again. As spiritual wisdom teaches, true strength is not the absence of vulnerability, but the ability to hold it without collapsing. Jung's work reminds us that what we repress does not vanish. It waits in the shadow and shapes our behavior from behind the scenes. Your loneliness, then, is not random. It is meaningful. It carries memory. It tells the story of what you learned about love, trust, and emotional safety when you were still forming your sense of the world. And yet the same mechanism that once saved you can now become the very barrier that separates you from deeper connection. As Rumi said, the wound is the place where the light enters you. And this means the place where you learn to close yourself off is also where awareness, healing, and transformation begin. Through the lens of Carl Jung and spiritual wisdom, you begin to see that your nervous system is not your enemy. It is simply loyal to old information. It learned to equate safety with isolation because, at one time, that equation kept you emotionally alive. But safety does not have to mean solitude forever, and connection does not have to mean danger. The shift begins when you stop judging your loneliness and start listening to it. When you acknowledge that your tendency to walk alone was never weakness, but an intelligent response to emotional threat. In that realization, you reclaim your story, not as a person who is broken, but as someone who protected something sacred inside, something that may now be ready, slowly and on its own terms, to be felt, trusted, and shared again. Are you ready to release the fear around vulnerability and step into true inner strength? If so, comment below. I choose to feel safe. To mark your commitment to this journey of healing and self-discovery. 4. Self-reliance replaced human connection. After hundreds of small emotional rejections that never seemed dramatic enough to be called trauma, the child slowly stops reaching outward, not because they stop needing connection, but because each attempt quietly teaches them that needing others brings disappointment. These moments are subtle missed comfort, ignored feelings, unmet reassurance, but their accumulation reshapes the inner world. What once reached for warmth now turns inward for survival. Learning instead how to self-soothe, how to carry pain alone, and how to depend only on the self. This is where the loner identity is not chosen, but formed quietly and unconsciously as protection. What looks like strength from the outside is often built from emotional necessity on the inside. Self-reliance does not emerge because the child is naturally independent, but because connection becomes unreliable. When vulnerability is repeatedly met with distance, the nervous system adapts, teaching the child that it is safer not to ask, safer not to lean, safer not to hope. Over time, independence becomes automatic rather than intentional, and emotional withdrawal becomes a learned language of safety rather than a personality trait. As Carl Jung warned, the greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parents. And without realizing it, many children inherit emotional scarcity rather than emotional guidance. They grow up believing they must regulate their fear, sadness, and confusion alone because no one else consistently does it with them. This is how self-soothing replaces human connection, not as growth, but as compensation. The child does not become emotionally numb. Rather, they become emotionally private, retreating into an inner world that feels more stable than unpredictable relationships. In adulthood, this survival pattern is often misunderstood as introversion, emotional detachment, or mysterious independence. Yet under the surface, the former child still longs for deep connection while fearing its instability. They may crave intimacy, but feel uneasy when it arrives, wanting closeness, yet bracing for disappointment. This inner conflict becomes part of their identity, strong enough to stand alone, but still silently desiring to be met. It is here that spirituality and spiritual awakening often begin to emerge, not through comfort, but through solitude that forces honest self-examination. Because connection was once unsafe, awareness becomes heightened. Loners often develop deep sensitivity to emotional shifts, tone, and subtle psychological undercurrents. They learn to read rooms, moods, and energies because their safety once depended on it. This sensitivity, born from emotional vigilance, later becomes intuition, introspection, and a natural pull towards spiritual wisdom. What began as emotional armor slowly transforms into inner perception. The independent identity continues to shape relationships, often unconsciously. The loner gives deeply, yet hesitates to receive freely. They love sincerely, yet keep part of themselves guarded. Even when connection is offered, the old pattern whispers that dependence leads to loss. Jung's insight becomes clear here. What is not healed remains active in the shadow. The early training in emotional self-sufficiency does not vanish with age. It simply changes form. Yet within this pattern lies the doorway to transformation. Solitude, once a shield, becomes a mirror. The same self-reliance that replaced human connection becomes the foundation for inner sovereignty. Through reflection, self-trust, and conscious awareness, isolation shifts from defense to discernment. What once formed from emotional absence evolves into inner presence, and the individual begins to see that the loner identity was never a personality flaw, but an adaptive response to emotional scarcity, one that now holds the potential for true spiritual awakening rather than quiet survival. 5. Loners become hyper-observers as a survival skill. Growing up in an emotionally unpredictable environment trains you to become a hyper-observer without you ever choosing it consciously. You learn to read moods, micro-expressions, subtle energy shifts, and emotional danger with astonishing accuracy, not out of curiosity, but because, as the truth states, this is not curiosity, it is a defense mechanism. Your nervous system learns that safety depends on awareness, so you scan faces, tones, silences, and reactions instinctively. You walk into a room and feel tension before anyone speaks. You sense when a smile is forced. You notice when the emotional temperature suddenly changes. While others move through conversations casually, you remain alert, quietly tracking everything. What looks like calm observation on the outside is, on the inside, the residue of a childhood where emotional stability was never guaranteed, and vigilance became the price of safety. Over time, this survival skill follows you into adulthood and begins to shape your identity, your relationships, and even your connection to spirituality and spiritual development. You may withdraw, not because you dislike people, but because solitude is the only place where your nervous system fully rests. You may struggle to trust easily, not from arrogance or coldness, but from the deep instinct to protect your inner world before it can be harmed again. This heightened awareness gives you the rare ability to see beneath appearances, yet it also carries the burden of emotional exhaustion. You are always sensing, always reading, always interpreting. Without realizing it, you may begin to believe that being alone is who you are, when in fact, it is simply how you learn to survive. Through Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom, this pattern reflects the shadow of sensitivity, an unconscious adaptation that once protected you but no longer needs to dominate your life. As your spiritual development deepens, the meaning of this hyper-observation begins to change. What once existed as fear-based scanning can evolve into conscious awareness, discernment, and presence. You begin to understand that your perception is not meant to imprison you in isolation, but to refine your ability to navigate life with clarity rather than constant defense. You start to see the difference between intuition and survival-driven alertness, between healthy solitude and emotional withdrawal. In this awareness, healing becomes possible not by destroying the part of you that learned to observe, but by releasing the fear that taught it to stay on guard. The skill that once kept you safe can now serve your growth, allowing your sensitivity to become a strength guided by choice rather than a reflex ruled by the past. Do you recognize this trait in yourself? Comment with awareness. I see clearly, and I trust my inner vision. 6. The good child. Pattern leads to adult burnout. Many people who grow into loners were once the good child, the quiet peacekeeper who learned too early how to stay out of the way, how to manage emotions instead of expressing them, and how to be low maintenance so they would not become a burden. They were praised for being mature, responsible, and understanding. But what was really happening was emotional self-erasure. As Carl Jung warned, the greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of its parents. And for many future loners, that burden became invisible training in emotional survival rather than emotional freedom. As they grow into adulthood, that early pattern transforms into a life of chronic overgiving. You may find yourself giving more time, more care, more patience, and more emotional energy than the people around you ever return. You become the listener, the supporter, the problem solver, the one who holds everything together while quietly running on empty. The imbalance feels normal at first because it mirrors what you learned in childhood. But over time, it creates exhaustion, resentment, and emotional burnout. Relationships begin to feel one-sided, not because you are weak, but because your empathy has been conditioned to flow outward without limits. Eventually, solitude becomes less about isolation and more about survival. You step back, not because you dislike people, but because you are tired of being drained. This is where spiritual wisdom begins to reveal what psychology alone cannot fully explain. You are not avoiding connection. You are protecting your nervous system, your energy, and your inner stability. Carl Jung wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And when awareness arrives, you finally see that your loneliness was not random. It was a response to years of emotional overexertion and unspoken responsibility. With this awareness comes a quiet but powerful shift. You begin to realize that constantly being the good one has costs, and that true connection cannot exist where self-abandonment is required. Solitude becomes a place of recalibration rather than punishment. It allows you to stop bleeding for people who would never bleed for you, to stop over-explaining your boundaries, and to stop feeling guilty for choosing rest instead of sacrifice. Slowly, your energy returns. Your mind grows clearer. Your intuition sharpens. Your identity begins to detach from the role you were trained to play and reshapes into something more authentic. This is why so many loners resonate deeply with Carl Jung's teachings and with spiritual wisdom as a whole. What once felt like rejection reveals itself as discernment. What once felt like isolation transforms into selective connection. You no longer give from obligation, but from choice. You no longer shrink to keep the peace, but learn to let peace exist within you. The path of the loner, seen clearly, is not a path of emotional coldness. It is the slow, quiet return to the self after years of carrying what was never meant to be yours. 7. Solitude is not loneliness. It is a conscious choice. Loners do not withdraw from the world because they hate people. They withdraw because being surrounded by emotionally unavailable people feels far lonelier than standing alone. After too many moments of speaking and not being heard, of caring and not being met with the same depth, the heart learns a quiet truth. Constant misconnection hurts more than silence. In that realization, solitude slowly transforms from something painful into something protective. It becomes peace instead of pressure, control instead of chaos, and safety instead of constant emotional risk. When you repeatedly find yourself as the one who listens, understands, and holds space, yet never receives the same emotional presence in return, your nervous system begins to associate connection with exhaustion rather than nourishment. Each shallow conversation, each dismissed feeling, each moment where your vulnerability is met with discomfort or indifference teaches your soul that not every gathering is a place of belonging. Over time, your body reacts before your mind does, tightening in crowded spaces, longing for quiet, not because you fear people, but because you crave emotional honesty. In solitude, something profound begins to happen. Without the noise of other people's expectations, you can finally hear your own inner voice. Without the pressure to perform, explain, or shrink yourself, you start to feel what is real inside you. This is where spirituality quietly deepens, not through grand rituals, but through the simple act of returning to yourself. Here, your loneliness begins to shift into spiritual awakening, because for the first time, you are no longer abandoning your inner world just to avoid being alone on the outside. Being alone allows you to observe your emotions without judgment. You notice how grief rises and falls, how anger dissolves when it is finally acknowledged, how longing teaches you what kind of connection your soul truly seeks. You stop confusing attention with love and proximity with intimacy. You realize that real connection requires emotional presence, not just shared space. In this way, solitude becomes a training ground for emotional clarity and self-respect. Choosing to walk alone for a season is not a rejection of humanity. It is a refusal to keep betraying yourself. It is understanding that healing cannot happen in spaces that constantly reopen old wounds. When you step back, you are not running away from connection. You are stepping out of patterns that taught you to accept emotional crumbs instead of genuine nourishment. You learn that being alone does not make you empty. Staying where you are, unseen, does. As your awareness sharpens, you become more selective. You no longer chase belonging at the cost of your peace. Instead, you start to recognize energy, depth, and sincerity. You learn the difference between people whose presence feels like grounding and those whose presence feels like turbulence. Through this discernment, your boundaries strengthen, your intuition becomes louder, and your self-trust grows steadier. What once looked like isolation reveals itself as a transition. The loner is not broken. The loner is in between worlds, between who they were when they tolerated emotional neglect and who they are becoming through truth and clarity. In this space between, solitude serves as both shelter and mirror, helping you remember who you are when no one is watching, and teaching you that peace is not found in numbers, but in alignment. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss more spiritual wisdom like this. And if choosing solitude has empowered you, comment below. I honor my path of conscious solitude. 8. Being a loner is survival intelligence, not a flaw. Being a loner is not a flaw, but a form of survival intelligence shaped by early learned emotional sovereignty. The quiet inner knowing that you do not need to chase connection blindly, depend on others to feel whole, or abandon yourself just to be accepted. You understand intuitively that not every connection nourishes the soul, that some relationships drain more than they give, and so you choose depth over chaos, alignment over approval, and truth over temporary comfort. This is a strength that forms when you realize early in life that belonging is meaningless if it requires self-betrayal, and that wholeness is not something another person can hand you. It is something you construct from the inside out through clarity, boundaries, and self-respect. Because of this, your solitude becomes a place of restoration rather than punishment, a space where your identity forms without noise, where your values sharpen without pressure, and where your inner voice grows louder than the expectations of others. Your path teaches you to read energy more than words and intention more than appearance. And this sensitivity allows you to move through the world with quiet accuracy, understanding quickly who is safe, who is chaotic, and who only wants to take more than they give. You do not isolate because you dislike people. You step back because you sense the emotional cost of staying in the wrong environments, and you choose peace even when others misunderstand your distance. This is emotional sovereignty in action, the ability to regulate your own feelings, hold your own ground, and remain whole even when the world around you feels unstable. Through this, your spirituality deepens because solitude becomes the gateway to self-awareness, intuition, and inner strength, guiding you towards spiritual development that grows naturally when you are no longer dependent on external validation. As you walk this path, your experiences teach you the power of self-protection without fear, self-connection without loneliness, and self-respect without compromise. Your quiet independence is not the result of coldness, but the result of having learned too young what it feels like to carry yourself when no one else could. It is the wisdom of someone who knows that emotional safety is more valuable than social approval. And the more you grow, the more you realize that this way of being has given you three essential truths: that choosing yourself is not selfish, but sacred; that true connection only begins when you meet others from a place of wholeness rather than need; and that emotional sovereignty is the foundation upon which real peace is built. Through these lessons, your solitude becomes not a wound, but a source of power, proof that you have learned to survive, evolve, and rise without losing yourself. To conclude, do not fear your time alone. While society calls it loneliness, wisdom recognizes it as freedom. By withdrawing from the noise of the collective, you are giving yourself the space to hear your own intuition and integrate your shadow. You are not separated from the world. You are simply becoming whole within it. Support our mission by liking this video and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Please subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on notifications to join us for more deep dives into the human psyche. Thank you for being here,